Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 6, 2026 East Point City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hemming.
Present.
Councilmember
Present. Present. I didn't hear my name.
Okay, my microphone wasn't on, sorry. Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell. Councilmember Rogers. Mayor Chapman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And do we have someone for invocation tonight?
Not
Okay.
this evening.
Thank you. So in that case, we're going to do a brief moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Our Sergeant of Arms tonight is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service, sir. Council, may we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
Yes, discussion.
Councilwoman Hemming?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Before we adopt the agenda, I have a few brief motions. I'd like to add an item titled Appointments to Boards, Authorities, and Commissions right before council comments. You want me to do all of them? Okay. The second thing is I want to acknowledge that we have 3 honorees present this evening, and so I move to have the 3 proclamations to be presented right after the approval of City Council minutes. And then finally, I just want to add and note for the agenda that our last meeting lasted until 3 a.m., and so for some of us who have full-time jobs, that was a 16-hour plus workday. We're getting large addendas with limited or missing materials attached to them, which makes it really hard to be a prepared council member. Council members that are prepared have time to review, ask questions, and be ready. And so with that, I would ask that we, pursuant to Rule 15, would remove any items, or defer rather any items, including presentations, that had not been provided to us with sufficient supporting material until those materials are provided and council has an opportunity to review. So to review, my 3 motions are: first, to add an item titled Appointments, Boards, and Appointment to Boards, Authorities, and Commissions before council comments; to move the 3 presentations of the proclamations to after the city council minutes; and finally, to defer any items, including presentations, that have not been provided to council by the deadline with sufficient supporting materials.
We have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Discussion.
Or discussion?
Discussion.
Okay, so we have one amendment to move the, first amendment is to move the appointments, move the proclamations after council minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
All those in,
Actually, I had discussion.
you have
I'm
discussion?
in for
Okay.
discussion. So, Madam City Attorney, so this be broken up if you don't agree with all of them? I think these should be 3 separate motions. And then how do we determine what was to be taken off and what not? I think that's just a lot. I think the agenda has already been provided to the public. I'm not sure what system we were using to
Microphone.
determine what's going to stay on and what's going to come off. I think this should be 3 separate motions.
Councilmember Mitchell, I think you're right, and I think that's what also Mayor's doing. She's taking first the proclamations to move them on the agenda. And then, you're right, I think she needs to take each of them separately as she has started to do already. As far as the items that the items do not have support, that's going to be a policy decision by this board if it can get majority support to remove those items from the agenda.
Yeah.
And you'll get discussion on each of the changes that are being promoted by the motion.
Even I think moving forward, that should be some type of policy set in place. I know our meetings have been prolonged, just like you stated earlier. So I'm not sure how much time we're going to spend discussing that. So, and I'm not sure what, I guess, the point of moving the proclamations are.
I think that, so, Councilwoman, I'm going to go to Councilman Mitchell, are you done?
Yeah, I'm
with your
done,
question?
thanks.
Anything from Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So what I wanted to say was I know one of these items that are on here is a collaboration effort for presentation. Item number 6, the MARTA presentation. If you look in the agenda, this was provided to the city clerk maybe 2 weeks ago with the background information. I do think that this presentation, I've discussed it with MARTA. They are here tonight and ready to present. So I'm going to ask that this stay on because there are going to be changes to mass transit that are going to impact the residents of East Point. I have advised them that their presentation should not exceed 15 minutes. And they have agreed to that, but
Okay.
I would like that item to remain because of the changes that are going to be
Okay.
happening with MARTA.
All right. I will address that discussion when I get to
Okay.
the second. But noted, thank you. Okay. So, any more, Councilmember Atkins?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. My question would be, in terms of a deadline, I think Councilmember Hemming spoke about having materials in for a deadline. What is our policy regarding the deadline for materials to be in to the clerk?
Are you, Madam Mayor, are you asking me to respond?
Asking the clerk or the city attorney, whomever may know.
It's Rule 15 doesn't specify the deadline.
It does not?
We do, however, Madam Mayor, if I may, we do have a work session policy that does not address regular meeting, which is what we're in. So that wouldn't be applicable. So it is silent unless the city clerk has some internal policy as to when she'll accept items for additions to the agenda.
Okay. So my question with that particular point in your motion, Councilmember Hemming, because there is not a policy, then no one would know the deadline for submissions. So would that be a point in terms of your motion that we allowed that to be worked through? There's an agenda item around a work session agenda, and I also asked that we include regular council meeting agenda, so we set that policy, and then all council members are aware of what the deadline is. I think absent that, then nobody knew what the deadline would be.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cummings?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And with regards to pulling items off of the agenda today, do we know which items do not have supporting documentation? The
So-
ones that are on here?
That question was previously proposed, and we will discuss that when we get to that section.
No worries. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell?
I'm not sure if it's appropriate. I was going to mention for items to come off. I do have an item to come off of the agenda, so
Okay.
whenever you're ready.
Right, so just 1 second. I'm just going to get the votes on 1 and 2, the appointment and proclamation. So we are still on the appointment motion. We've had discussion. So there's a vote to amend the agenda tonight to put the appointments after the adoption of the city council minutes. So all those in favor?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
That's not the motion. The motion was to move boards board appointments to before comments from council.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so the motion is to move board appointments before comments from council. So thank you for that clarification.
Actually, was it to add that to the agenda? To add board appointment?
To add it.
Okay, thank you.
So the motion is to add the appointments to the board, the appointments to before comments from council. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. We will move the appointments before comments from council. The next motion on the floor is to move the proclamations after the approval of city council minutes. Is there any second? Do we have a second? Second. She presented the motion, so the second. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, so the proclamations will be moved to after the city council minutes. And we have a motion on the floor, or an amendment to remove items that did not have timely material for council review.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
To perfect that motion, I think it's appropriate to address Councilmember Cummings' point.
Sure.
Which items that would include.
Okay. So we will remove items, but we need to understand which items need to be removed from. Which numbers would you like to remove from the agenda? So do we have a second on that?
Announce what those numbers are.
So I'm going off of the agenda that we received Friday at 4:44 PM. I have an agenda in front of me that doesn't match that, so I can only read from the agenda that I've prepared and reviewed from. So there is an item, and I appreciate Dr. Martin Rogers' comment. So item for MARTA, I would happy to keep that, although we didn't have it in this packet. There was an item, duties and responsibilities of the mayor and the mayor's office. There was no supporting attachments there. And item number
It's a presentation.
13, what's 13? And item number 13, which was, I don't know what it was on the Friday agenda, there was no travel policy attached. Those are the items.
Can we add 14 to that as well?
Okay, so Councilwoman Atkins, you're asking to remove 14 as well, and then Councilwoman Mitchell, do you have more?
Yeah, I just want to say that Councilmember Hemming is absolutely correct for items 13 and 14. Councilmember Martin Rogers and I have worked on both of these policies here. We've met for at least 8 hours outside of here, and we had planned to meet last week, Monday, to finalize everything, to be able to give it to our colleagues, but something came up and we were not able to do that. I am a critic of asking to take action on something that I've not seen either. So they are ready, but they were not a part of the packet, and I'm completely fine with those two being removed. The only action I would ask for this evening is for the credit card policy to be referred to Budget and Finance. I think that it should get another set of eyes on it, and then we could bring it back at our third meeting, but it is ready, because she and I have worked on it. We've also asked colleagues for any input, and they've submitted that by email. This has been going on for a long time. Councilmember Martin Rogers and I have tried to include all of those things, but I think that it would be a good due process for it to go to Budget and Finance. That's 13 of the credit card policy, or 14.
Madam Mayor, I think for efficiency and ease of understanding what's happening with these three items, and I think Councilmember Caldwell also has an item that she wanted to see removed. You may want to take them separately. So far you have 9, 13, which is being suggested to go to Budget and Finance, and then 14 to be removed altogether and appear on some later agenda, and then whatever item Councilmember Caldwell is going to refer to, take those as separate motions.
Amen.
All right, thank you. Councilman Mitchell?
Yes, so for my item is number 13. One, I had a question about who's allowed to remove items. It was my understanding that it's only council members who can remove their item. Can we get some clarification on that? I'm sorry?
Who's the question directed to?
Madam City Attorney, could you elaborate?
Absolutely. So council members obviously have the right to add items to the agenda. We are now at the adoption of the council agenda on the agenda. And so to adopt the agenda requires majority vote. So right now, Madam Mayor is considering which motions will get majority vote to adopt the agenda with any additions or deletions.
Okay, secondly, my item is a presentation.
Yes.
Are we required, it's my understanding you're not required to have supporting documents. There's no supporting document. It's for informational purposes. So there's nothing to, we're not making a judgment on anything on this item. It's a presentation. So I'm not sure what type of, the purpose of the item is to present information.
I think then that's
Yeah.
best addressed to Councilmember Hemmings so that she.
Right. So yes.
Councilmember Mitchell, even for presentations, I typically have a practice of reviewing so that I can form thoughtful questions. Getting materials that we aren't able to review doesn't allow the public to review those items either, so that they can engage with the conversation. So Rule 15, if Madam City Attorney wants to read it, the purpose is to allow the public to engage in the meeting, as well as to allow the council members to be prepared for all items that are being discussed. So that's the spirit behind my motion.
I'm still in if necessary.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, do you want to address that, or do you want me to move forward?
It's up to you. If the council wants to hear Rule 15, I'm certainly prepared to read it.
Okay,
So we separate these motions on each item?
Do we have a separate motion for each item?
Yes.
Yeah, we have a separate motion for each item.
Okay, so everything that's getting removed, that would be a different motion?
Each item will have an individual different motion. Okay, I have Councilman Freely, and then back to Councilwoman Hemming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a point to make on item 13 to Councilmember Atkins' comment. We did have the credit card policy, and we've worked on that for 2 years. So while I don't oppose it going back to Budget and Finance for a review, I mean, I would feel comfortable amending the title of that item to just take out the travel policy, move forward on credit card. But if people prefer that it go back to Budget and Finance, I don't have an objection to that. But if we want to check it off after 2 years of work and deliberation, we can certainly, I would be open to that.
If I may respond. Yes, thank you, Councilmember Friedley. I'm completely okay with that, and I can go through what we have worked on together. There were some changes, and because Councilmember Martin Rogers and I had worked on this just to make sure that we had it ready for presentation, and there were a few changes over the weekend that we were not able to collaborate on, I did want to give her the courtesy and her give me the courtesy of figuring out anything that we may have changed. But if it's the will of the body, I'm very happy to go through the highlights. I've actually already prepared it to be able to do that. But as a person who is an opponent of getting documents at the last minute, I did not want to be a hypocrite around that. And so that's why I decided that if the body is okay, we can send it to Budget and Finance. If the body would like for us to do it this evening, I'm completely fine with that as well.
I'm fine either way, so it was just an option.
Thank you.
Councilman Mitchell.
I'm sorry, I said 13. My item is number 9. I just wanted to make that clarification.
I have
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, so we have, we have a motion to remove item 9 from the presentations. Do I have a second? No. Yep. Any discussion? All those in favor? I'm sorry, go ahead,
No,
Councilmember
I just
Atkins.
have a question for Councilmember Mitchell for this particular item. In our March 28th, I think it was the date, our onboarding, is this, is this different from what we did on that date, Councilmember Mitchell?
So this is basically, I know we've been, I think, the last item on the agenda. I just wanted clarification since there has been a lot of concerns around the mayor's office and who can be hired and who cannot be hired. So I thought this presentation would be for informational purposes to help clarify some of the misconceptions. Since we've been talking about this, we're now in April and we don't have staff in the mayor's office. So I think this is actually a very important conversation. So hopefully we can get a functioning mayor's office or somebody's staff. So that's exactly why I put this on the agenda.
Okay, so it's for the viewing public,
Yes.
and it's probably the same information, it's from the charter?
So the problem is now everybody has their own perception of how the mayor's office should function. So with this presentation is to get all the council on the same page. So we can actually hire the mayor's executive assistant. Because we've been talking about this for 3 months now.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So this is to bring clarity. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Madam Mayor, there's item number 16 that says discussion and possible action, 18, discussion and possible action on a proposed charter amendment to authorize an executive assistant to the mayor. My request would be that Councilmember Mitchell allow that to be a part of that discussion and presentation. Since you said that these items are connected, I think it would be prudent to have that related to that discussion.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Councilmember Mitchell, will you keep your presentation within the 15-minute allotment?
Yes. We can set the timer and everything, so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that being said, can we move item 18 up to 9 since they're all going to be together?
Okay.
Okay, just to,
It's 15 minutes.
for 15 minutes.
Okay, do you,
So would that make a motion to?
So that a motion would defeat the motion on the floor. And so this motion would need to fail for your motion to then work, right? Because the motion on the floor is for 9 to be removed.
Okay.
Your motion is to couple 18 and 9 together. And so unless the maker of the motion to remove 9 wants to withdraw it, then we can entertain your motion. But an amendment to a motion can't defeat the motion on the floor.
I'm tracking.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to rescind my motion and move number 18 and 9 to be one joint discussion of discussion and possible action to the proposed charter amendment to authorize an executive assistant to the mayor. Happy to make that adjustment.
All right? So you have a
So-
second.
we have on the floor now, we have a motion for number 9 to remain on the schedule and be combined with number 18 as it is for 15 minutes. And so then number 9 will now be added to number 18, the discussion and possible action on a proposed charter amendment to authorize an executive assistant to the mayor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Number 18 and number 19 will be combined.
9.
Number 9 and number 18 will be combined. Okay, so for items number 13, city credit card policy, this will, the motion is on the floor to amend the motion is on the floor to remove the item from the agenda and refer to the Budget and Finance Committee. There was also a motion to remove travel policy from the title.
So if you just open the floor for a
Okay.
motion, we can see which one gets support.
Okay, so do we have a motion to
For
put the
either.
item, take the credit card and travel policy to the Budget and Finance Committee? Do you have a motion for that? Do I have a
Madam Mayor,
second?
I haven't made the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to start with the cleanest thing. Number 14, I'd like to have that completely removed from the agenda. Credit card, city credit card payments, reimbursements, and reporting. We can remove that from the agenda. That's
So-
my motion.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Number 14 will be removed from today's agenda.
Madam Mayor, for item number 13, I'd like to strike the words "and travel policy" from the agenda so that that item will just read city credit card policy.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Do we want to go back through the, we didn't get a motion for referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. Did we get a close?
Yeah, I don't think it's
You got a
necessary
motion?
now.
Okay. So, all right, so for the adoption, the council has, so is there a motion to adopt the agenda with the, we already did that. So, we're removing items, number 9, adding number 18 to number 9. We are removing number 14 completely. Number 13 will be referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. Number 13 we'll remove the travel policy from the title. So with that,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
I also had an item that I wanted to remove. We've already covered the item number 7, the commercial, the C-PACE financing program. We've already covered that one in a meeting a while ago, so that can be removed from the agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Item number 7 will be removed from the agenda. Thank you. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt the agenda with the edits as presented and voted upon.
Second. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think I still heard related to item 13, a referral to Budget and Finance, which I thought we were not doing. Or did I mishear? Okay, all right. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, so moving on to the approval of the city council minutes.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Krueger.
I would move that we approve the meeting minutes from the City Council regular meeting of March 2nd.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. We will, approval of the city council meetings.
Madam Mayor?
Yes. Wait. Councilwoman Cummings?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the City Council work session meeting on March 9th, 2026 at 6:30 PM.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Approval of the city council meetings for work session, March 9th, 2026. Now we will move on to the proclamations. Nope, the city council, hold on. No, I'm sorry. It is the proclamations. Okay.
I thought it was before public comment.
All right, so our first proclamation for this evening is going to Dr. William H. Bryant. Is Mr. Bryant here with us today? Dr. Bryant? Okay. All right, the second proclamation that we have on the agenda is to Ms. Lolita L. Higginbottom.
Madam
Is she
Mayor?
here? Yes.
Before you go to the second one, is it the desire of the council to not do the proclamation because Mr. Bryan is not present?
Do we need a motion for that, Madam City
Well,
Attorney?
yes, we will, because it's on, you adopted the agenda with it on there, and now if we're not going to do it, we need to move it, dispose of it.
Okay,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
given Dr. Bryant's absence, I move that we move this item to our regular meeting, April 20th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Okay, discussion?
Yes, that outreach be made to both receivers of that proclamation as well. I don't know if we want to have the city clerk's office complete outreach, but normally, people who are slated to receive a proclamation are present, and it gives them time to come and be recognized, so a
So
friendly
I can remove
amendment.
I can remove the time
Thank
certain.
you.
So my motion is that we move this item to a time that's amenable to Dr. Bryant after the city clerk reaches out to him to confirm his availability. And her? And the proclamation for Ms. Lolita Higginbottom.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Atkins?
No, I'm sorry.
I think it's already been seconded. Is that correct?
It has been said, we are in discussion
Yeah,
right now.
And I don't have discussion. I agree.
Yes, and may I ask the city clerk, was the, did we attempt to reach out to Dr. Bryant and Mrs. Higginbottom?
I was under the impression they already had been reached out to. That's why I was provided with the proclamations to construct.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to move the proclamations honoring Dr. Bryant and the proclamation honoring Mrs. Higginbottom to another time when they can be available to join us in council. Do we have all those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. The two proclamations will be removed from today's agenda. Moving on to the proclamation honoring Miss Andrea Harris Wynn for historic contributions to East Point.
Madam Mayor, thank you. So in 2027, East Point will celebrate 140 years since it was chartered. And an important thing as you think about celebrating 140 years is this idea of the Sankofa principle. The Sankofa principle suggests that in order to know where you're going, you must know from where you have come. Today's proclamation to honor Miss Andrea Wynn is in that spirit. As you will hear in the proclamation, she has made historic contributions in the city's development and also in preserving its history, which is critical as we think about who we are working to become. Colleagues, you have received a draft, so at this time, I will first make a motion to approve its language and present a proclamation honoring Mrs. Andrea Harris Wynn for her historic contributions and lasting impact on the city of East Point. And the second part of that motion is to authorize the city clerk to affix the official seal of the city of East Point.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, if I may, I will read the proclamation and then ask Ms. Andrea Wynn to come forward to share a few words. So there's a proclamation from the city of East Point, Georgia, in honor of Mrs. Andrea Harris Wynn, the founder of the Legacies at Washington Road. Whereas Mrs. Andrea Harris Wynn is a visionary leader, entrepreneur, and community builder whose work has strengthened the cultural, economic, and historical foundation of East Point, Georgia. And whereas as a pioneering African-American businesswoman, she co-founded A&DW Realty Incorporated and Win Works Incorporated, and has helped transform the Atlanta area real estate landscape while investing in East Point when few others did. Whereas through Win Works Incorporated, Mrs. Win and her family have developed homes and communities that have provided opportunity, stability, and growth for countless families across the region. And whereas in 2018, she founded the Win Legacy House and developed the Legacies at Washington Road, preserving and uplifting African American history and culture in East Point. And whereas a confidant to the Mayor Patsy Jo Hilliard, the first woman and first African-American elected mayor in East Point and in the state of Georgia, Mrs. Wynn supported transformative leadership and progress in the community. And whereas she helped to facilitate the completion of Black America Series, East Point, Georgia, by Dr. Herman Skip Mason Jr., preserving the city's rich historical legacy. And whereas her work reflects a deep commitment to educating the young, honoring the elders, and inspiring future generations. Whereas the mayor and members of this city council would require it to be proclaimed that we honor Mrs. Andrea Harris Wynn for her historic contributions to the East Point community. Be it further proclaimed that her work stands as a lasting example of vision, perseverance, commitment to community, and enduring legacy. In witness thereof, the 6th day of April 2026, the mayor has set her hand to this document and caused the city seal to be affixed.
Thank you so much. Are there any comments from council at this time? And then we'll go down and take a picture.
There are a lot of people here today that I work with. You know, I'm not used to doing all this. So, but anyway, thank you all so much for this honor. I brought with me something that is so important, and it's a picture of my husband and I, because we together had very little, but we did a lot of things over the years. And he's been gone for over 10 years now. And I am just, doing what I can to keep things going. And I have family here, I have friends here. I think this whole side over here is here to represent the family and friends and the people who really care about East Point. We've been around a long time, done a lot of things, and I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody, okay? And we'll continue to do whatever we can to make East Point continue to be what it's supposed to be, okay? Okay.
I'm sorry, do we have any more comments from Councilman Atkins and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yes, I'd just like to say, Ms. Wynn, this is well-deserved, and it's been a long time coming, and I had the great pleasure, and indeed it's been a great pleasure, of meeting you and working with you and knowing you for over 2.5 decades in this city. And I just joined my colleague, Councilmember Hemming, in saying thank you for all that you've done to pour into this city. You have been truly a gem to us and to this city, and it is greatly appreciated.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Mrs. Wynn, I just wanted to say thank you so much for allowing us to stand on your shoulders. I've heard so many great things about you, and thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for helping East Point be great. And congratulations, well-deserved honor.
Thank you. We'll go down and take a picture. Mrs. Nguyen, I just wanted to say thank you so much on behalf of myself as mayor and the council for your contribution to our great city. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. And now we will move on to presentation number 5, solid waste presentation on rate study presented by New Gen Strategies and Solutions. Yes, ma'am.
We do have a public hearing. We need to go back up to Roman numeral 8.
Okay. Oh, sorry, all right. So we do, I'm sorry, now we'll move to the public hearing. You submit with the concurrent variance to operate an ice manufacturing company within 5,280 feet from residential properties located at 1240 Oakley Drive in I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District. This is a public hearing, will be presented by our Planning and Community Development Department.
We have to open it. I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion.
May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, I make the motion. I move to open the public hearing for the special use permit and concurrent variance at 1240 Oakley Drive.
A second. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Madam Mayor, it's customary that I read the public hearing rules. Can I do that at this time? Thank you. Before adopting any change to the zoning maps or text of the zoning ordinance, the City Council shall hold a public hearing following the public hearing by the Planning and Zoning Commission where a recommendation was made on the petition. Public hearings before City Council shall be conducted as follows. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. You guys have done that already. The presiding officer or his or her designee will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the City Council. Staff will then be called upon to present the Planning Commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. Persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the council. The applicant for the proposed amendment or applicant's designated representative, if any, will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for speakers provided that each side is given the same amount of time. If there is more than one speaker for a side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may reserve a portion of his or her time allotted for rebuttal. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify himself or herself and state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker the right to continue if, after first being cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And will the Planning and Community Development come forth, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council. Kimberly Smith with Planning and Community Development Department. Just wanted to state in reference to this case item known as P2025U-001-12 in case number P2025VC-001-12, property located at 1240 Oakley Drive. In reference to this item, the staff received on March 5th a request for withdrawal of this application. Staff has no objections to the request to withdraw.
I have a motion to, I'm sorry, are you done, Miss? Are you finished with your
Yes.
presentation? Thank you. I have a motion to, yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we would need to hear from the person, but he's not here, correct? Go
The
ahead. I'm sorry.
applicant is not present.
Okay.
So you need to still go through the motions of silently for the public hearing.
Oh, right, okay, that's what I was about, to have a motion to close the, is it,
So right now, you should open the floor for the applicant or any other proponents of the application.
oh, is there anyone, even if, is it in favor of the, or opposed?
The proponents first.
Okay, are those, is there anyone here in favor of the application?
Madam Mayor, I don't know whether I'm in favor or against. I don't have my backup.
Oh,
It was not posted on the city's website. I don't have anything in hand. I don't see anybody out here who has anything in hand to even know what it is we're talking about in the absence of the person who wants it. So where is the backup? All I know is within a mile of a residential home on Oakley. That is it. Not anything was posted on the website on Thursday. No agenda, anything else, let alone backup for this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Now, how am I to make a sound, informed opinion on whether or not this is good or not good for the city? Let's clean our house before we start sweeping out trash that may be a Jew. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone opposed, is there anyone else that is there anyone opposed to the, are there any opposed? Hearing none. May I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, there are no other proponents or opponents. I move that we close the public hearing for the use permit and concurrent variance for 1240 Oakley Drive in the I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Have it. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept staff's recommendation and information that the applicant has withdrawn the application for use permit and concurrent variance at 1240 Oakley Drive in the I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District.
So we have a second on the floor. Any discussion? Dr. Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I just wanted to set the record straight that this item was a previous agenda item, and the attachments and documents might have been in that previous item for, I think it may have been on our agenda for last month's meeting, but we were advised then, was it the work session? The previous work session, but we were advised then in that work session that the applicant had withdrew the application. So I just wanted to go on record to say that we did have the documents. It appeared on our work session, our latest work session. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the public comments section of the agenda. So I will read the public comments section. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make the public comment form available in the city hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed comment form to the city clerk between 6 p.m. and 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should the speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, he or she may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form, provided that the speaker given his or her form that he or she gives all or part of his or her time. The council only once during this time of the agenda. I think I skipped the whole page. I'm sorry. Let me start. Provided that the speaker given his or her form that he or she gives all or part of her time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking. Speakers shall address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves in their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speaker may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may also address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenities shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individuals out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, our speakers, please.
Up first, we have Ms. Garika Connie, and my apologies if I misspelled your Excuse me, misspoke your name.
Hello, it's pronounced Garrica, but everybody calls me Garcia naturally, but so that's better than Garcia. So thank you. I start my 3-minute clock now. Okay.
Just say your address too, please.
Sure. So my name is Garrica Coney. I'm a longtime resident of East Point, 3116 Mackenzie Road, East Point, Georgia, middle school all the way up until I got gray hairs right here. Yes, I went to Woodland and Tri-Cities. So I had the same house, me and my mom were in the same household that we've been in since I've been in middle school. So it's an older house. I'm sorry to come here with a complaint, but I got a little complaint. So I had the meter reading done that was assessed. So now I feel like it's a man, against a machine type situation. So the house is 1955, no HVAC. I'm a truck driver, gone. I turned everything off except, of course, the obvious appliances, which is the refrigerator, stove, things of that nature. And they're saying, well, this is fine. And I'm like, I can't afford it. We ain't even making no money out there. I was out there $200 for 8 days out there. So I have to do a career change. I'm off, now. But right now, I'm going through a lot. So that's not feasible for me, what I'm seeing. So I'm a person that pays my bills. I don't want to be in no trouble. I want the water on. I want my electricity on. But I just wanted to ask for transparency because they've already done the reading, but it's like man against a machine. Like, they say, oh, this is fine. But no, I've been here for that long in that same residence. It's mostly just me there now. We had more people there, and it was less than what it is now with me there with no work and stuff. So I'm not understanding what's going on, why they're saying, oh, this is fine type thing. So I just want to not feel stressed out because I'm the type of person, I'm a grown lady. I know how to use my appliance. I know how to turn the lights off and stuff like that. So I don't want to feel like in my home and in my city that I grew up in, feel uncomfortable or tiptoeing or walking on eggshells in my own home, and that's how I feel now. So I just came here so I can be heard and hopefully somebody can empathize with my situation. And that's pretty much it. So everything else I'm satisfied with. I know, everybody can improve. Nobody's perfect. But I encourage you all to just continue to do what you're doing, but also to just, always work on improvement. I don't have nothing negative to say, but pretty much I just want to be heard. Like I said, I don't know if they want to update the system, if it's an infrastructure thing, like make stuff, where it's like, I don't know if it's AI driven or some other kind of way we can track where it's more transparent to us instead of just these surprises, and walking on the edge. Because I'm like, okay, now it's almost making me feel like after all this time I want to go to a place where it's not city, like where the city don't control it, where I can just go back to Georgia Power like I was in my apartment a few years ago before I came back to the city. So I just wanted to be heard, and I'm quite sure, other people may have the same concern, but I just wanted to let you all know what's going on with me here. That's pretty much it. So thank you for hearing me. So I don't know if I walk away at this point, but thank you. but thank y'all for hearing me.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Stephanie Gordon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Stephanie Gordon, 4564 Parkway Circle. I like it from this view. It's a little different from being on the other side. I'm simply here tonight to express my opposition to amending the city charter regarding the hiring of the mayor's assistant. Quite simply, this issue has been unresolved for far too long. While the debate continues month after month, the mayor is being prevented from having basic administrative support to effectively serve in her role as mayor. Pursuing a charter amendment is not a sound nor timely solution at this point. As per state requirements, the city must hold 2 hearings, provide public notice for 3 weeks, and file the amendment along with an affidavit from the local newspaper to the Secretary of State before this amendment would even take effect, which at this point, in looking at the calendar, will likely be as early as June. And again, that is just entirely too long. We did not elect any one person or a faction of this dais to be the charter police or the rules police, or to create barriers for basic operations for your colleagues. So I hope that we can put this to rest, even tonight if possible. We elected each one of you to work together in good faith to move the city forward. That is not only our expectation, it is our standard. Thank you so much, and thank you all for your service.
Up next, we have Ms. Ernestine Pittman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. I don't know where any of you got the idea that the mayor that we elected to represent the city of East Point has to wait until you all come together, yea or nay, as to how to resolve your problem with her hiring her executive assistants. Any law on the books, any practice or policy must be upheld until appealed or amended or repealed. Not any of that has happened. Why are you all sitting around here, and why is you, Madam Mayor, sitting allowing them to take what we have given you at the ballot box, the authority to be our mayor, to represent us, with some hogwash about we have to wait to do this and wait to do that? You better be glad I was not elected this time, or that Mayor Hilliard was not. This city is ridiculous. 3 months and the mayor's office closed. That, let me tell you, you have no idea what it is you're doing. And to come in here and talk about backup, you haven't had backup for a single agenda item on that table out there for any resident who wants to see it, and that is state law. You are not the only ones who's supposed to have backup for any agenda items. The public is supposed to have access to that information too. And you did not have anything posted on Thursday. I don't know where your time gets to be so much more valuable than mine that I'm going to have to take my whole weekend on Monday to try to find out what it is, and I still didn't get it. And you come in here taking all this time just to keep me from speaking. You know that won't happen. Because I called Tom Jones, and we'll be out there in front of City Hall, or I called Channel 5. I don't care, darlings. East Point is not going to become Washington, D.C. You all are not going to become that inept, incompetent, non-representative Senate that we have in D.C. and the House. Because you here, you live too close to us. You may see me in my posse signs in front of your door any day now. You will not take away any right that you had nothing to do with us getting. And we did everything in our youth and younger years to keep it and move it forward. And yet you see, I can tell you what I'm talking about. You sitting up there trying to deny due process. I'll be back with my blowhorn.
Up next, we have Mr. Tom Wardlow.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is Tom Wardlow. I live at 1301 Mercer in this beautiful town of East Point, Georgia. I really have two things. The first one is I was privileged to view an ethics hearing about the behavior of one of the council people, but the ethics committee adjourned to the next day because their debate could not be public. And I want to know what was the result of that ethics committee. Did they in fact find a finding of guilty of an ethical process or procedure that person may, anyway, I want to know, did in fact the ethics complaint against my city councilman get dropped, approved? What's the result? What do you do when somebody decides they're above the ethics? Okay, that's number one. Number two, you all know the story of the fox in the hen house, right? You don't set the fox out to guard the hen house. Well, okay. The recent forensic audit pointed to a number of irregularities and financial records of the city of East Point. One such irregularity was approval of payments of charges without valid receipt. In recent open records requests, the city record continues to show payment approved without receipt. That is for city council people. I know since one of your council people just got her credit card, she is not remiss in following the directive, but it's a surprise to me as a citizen of East Point that you don't think you have to have receipts, that we should just give you money because you want it. Okay. I understand the city clerk is responsible for approving requests for payment. Interesting, the city clerk works for you, the city council, approving your, that's kind of weird, but another problem. The city record shows a continuing practice of requesting reimbursement without supporting documentation. May I suggest for the city clerk to refrain from further approval of unsupported requests, as was suggested in the forensic audit. I'm also not surprised that items 13 and 14 was suggested by the councilman to be referred out so that we don't have to talk about credit card policy in the public forum. As I said, fox and hen house. I'm very concerned. Thank you this evening.
Up next, we have Sasha Friedman.
Hi, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Sasha Friedman. I live at 1907 Montrose Drive. I am coming to speak to you tonight about the recent announcement from the police department announcing road safety checks. This was something I wrote to Councilman Hemming about, who responded to me. I appreciate that, and referred me to Chief Buchanan, who said that this is a part of regular practice. It is not intended for immigration enforcement, but that there couldn't be more information shared with us. As many of you saw in engagement on social media, folks were concerned, had lots of questions. It was incredibly opaque. And even if the intention wasn't to pursue any sort of immigration enforcement, because of HB 1105 that was passed last year, all police agencies across the state of Georgia are deputized as part of a 287G program. That means if they pull somebody over, they have to check their immigration status and have to notify ICE if they cannot prove their immigration status. This has real implications for not just people living in East Point, but people who come here to do work, people who drive through. In fact, if you look at Cobb and Gwinnett County, who have had 287G programs for years, in one of the years, over 500 people who were subject to ICE detainers ended up in ICE detention simply because they were driving without a license, and they couldn't get the license because they were either pursuing or did not have their immigration status yet. Last July in Georgia, we ranked 4th in the entire United States for ICE arrests. As many of you have seen, we haven't had a surge in ICE presence, so how did we do that? It was through this 287G agreement, through police officers making routine traffic stops, having to check the ICE database, referring people to ICE detention. As you can imagine, this is an incredible concern for all of us, for our neighbors, not just because for people who are in process of seeking residency or asylum status, but for family, for friends who don't know what will turn up, who have seen reports of people who have legal residency, who have green cards, who have visas, who have still been subject to ICE detention. East Point is one of the first places that people come to when they arrive in this city, when they fly into the airport, and it is one of the last places they see when they leave. We have the opportunity to set the standard, to actually address, if it is in fact road safety concerns, let's ask what's a systemic way we can address that? Can we put in traffic calming measures? Can we look at different speed signs or lighting? Just having additional police presence for 1 month does not actually address the issue at its core, and just creates fear and concern and frankly, avoidance of our city. I urge you all, you can be the ones who make this change and actually hold our department accountable to do the thing that addresses the core issue rather than sowing this kind of fear. Thank you.
Up next, we have Nora Sanchez.
Hi. As Sasha just said, I'm also concerned about the possible practices of East Point Police regarding immigration enforcement, and I would like some transparency considering the opaqueness of under HB 1105, local police departments are mandated to apply to enter 287G agreements with federal immigration enforcement. It's unclear whether or not East Point Police has a plan to apply, or under what model they would be operating if they did apply. They are also mandated to verify immigration status of those they plan to arrest. I would like to know during these road safety checks what their plan would be in cooperating with that law, and just more transparency on these road safety checks and why these need to be periodic and why they can't be a more systemic solution to this.
Lastly, we have Darby McNally.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the rest of the council. I'm Darby McNally, and I live at 2496 Constant Street in Jefferson Park. And I also wanted to speak briefly regarding these safety checks. I had something written out, but I don't think I could say it better than the speakers who came before me. So I just want to speak from a place of empathy that I don't want East Point to be a place where people are afraid to come and afraid to live. And I don't think it is that, but I fear that it could become that if we don't have a plan in place moving forward. And I do fear that these traffic stops are seen as a precursor to kind of implementation of working with ICE. So just wanted to bring that to the body's attention. Thank you for your time.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Thank you. Now we have to move to the appointment of committees. Councilwoman Hemming.
I move to appoint Ms. Teresa Udo to the East Point Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Teresa has proudly called East Point home since 2003, and she refers to East Point as her forever community. She has been deeply engaged in East Point's athletic and recreational life for over 2 decades. While raising her now 19-year-old daughter, Teresa coached youth soccer and became a familiar presence at Jefferson Park Recreation Center. It was there that she discovered a passion for tennis, a passion that grew from beginner to leadership. She captained her 2.5 USTA team to a Georgia State finalist finish in 2019, earning recognition from the City of East Point at the East Point Team Champions meeting. She's since led an ALTA women's team to 2 city championships and most recently a B1 city finalist finish. She continues to give back through tennis, pickleball, coaching, and volunteer work, and she cares deeply about her neighbors and community and is eager to serve.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Oh, I have one more, Madam Mayor.
So, go ahead, Councilwoman Hemming.
Okay, I move to appoint Ms. Marvell McHale to the Cultural Enrichment Committee. She's worked on all levels of storytelling and has a strong performance/programming background. Her skills include teaching, creative writing, storytelling, presentations, and developing audio projects. She has had a number of clients to include the Imagine It Children's Museum, Children's Museum, the Atlanta Fulton County Library, Barnes & Noble, and many more. She has hosted and facilitated many festivals to include the Hoosier Storytelling Festival, the Etheridge Night Festival of Arts, and she has several book recordings and theatrical performances. It is because of these accomplishments and work with the American Folklore Society, the National Association for Education of Young Children Performing Arts Network, and the KUMBA, K-U-M-U-B-A, that I would like to appoint Ms. Marvell McCall to the Cultural Enrichment Committee.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am pleased to appoint Angela Douglas as a member to the Ethics Board. She brings a ton of valuable experience and strong commitment to serving our community. I definitely look forward to Angela's contributions in supporting the board's and this board's mission and initiatives.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to appoint Ms. Teresa Jones to the Ethics Board. Ms. Jones, she has 22-plus years of service with Grady, involved in many years of service as a director of training. She's worked with human resources, union grievances, etc. She has 8 years of experience in management at Cracker Barrel Company, and is also involved in several staff issues as well as EEOC hearings. So I would like to, again, make my appointment to the Ethics Board for Ms. Teresa Jones.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Councilwoman Hammond, did you have another appointee? Okay. And Council, I make a motion to appoint Ms. Melissa George to the Ethics Board. Ms. George has previously served on our Ethics Board and has been a servant to our community, and we would appreciate her continued service on the Ethics Board. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Now we can move on to council comments. First up, Councilman Freely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to extend condolences to Councilmember Ziegler and her family on the loss of her father recently. So would ask everyone to keep her in your thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you so much for mentioning that, Councilmember Freely. So that will take one off of my plate. I've got 3, Madam Mayor. The first that I'd like to mention is the Ward B Water and Sewer Improvements Informational Meeting. Starting later this month, there will be several improvements along a few main streets in Ward B, one of which will be Winburn Drive, the other is Dauphine Street, and then also Sylvan Road. These projects will be a replacement of water mains and sewer mains, and they are intended to last for months, and so there will be some inconveniences and some pain points, and so Councilmember Ziegler and I will be hosting this informational meeting in partnership with the Water Resources team on Thursday, April 16th from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the Jefferson Avenue Baptist Church Fellowship Hall. I'd also like to mention that there will be a health fair called Know Your Numbers that will be done in partnership between WellStar and the Gentlemen of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. That event will take place on Saturday, April 18th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and it will be at 1100 Cleveland Avenue Southwest, so the site of the former WellStar Hospital. They will have lots of vendors there, lots of activities, and lots of resources so that East Point residents can know their health numbers and then figure out a path to address any of those issues. And lastly, I'd like to mention the 2026 Senior Summit that is being put on by Fulton County. This is an opportunity for seniors to learn a great deal about computers, so it's a day of education, empowerment, and community engagement. That will take place on Wednesday, May 5th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. There is a registration process. It will take place at the Georgia International Convention Center, and it is free of charge. If you need transportation, you could also sign up for transportation as well. Additional information can be found at the Fulton County's website. Thank you.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
All right, I'd like to say thank you to the Parks and Recreation, Police, Fire, Water and Sewer, and Electric Departments, parents and children for a great Autism Month kickoff celebration. I also want to discuss me receiving telephone calls from residents on Friday in reference to the summer rates taking effect next month. The charter establishes authority and is the city's law. It gives legislative authority to the mayor and council. What is legislative authority? Anything that sets or changes fees, taxes, rates, or other utilities. Policy changes are the council's job. As a member of this city council, I was informed of this change that council did not vote on through a social media post. In the past, when considerations like this were being made that would impact residents, there was always a proper discussion and a vote of city council. I keep hearing about deficits, shortfalls, and buckets. However, we have not had a budget amendment. What are the numbers for the year-end settlements for the last 3 years? How much money has been generated from the PCA and ECCR? How many households on fixed incomes will be impacted? And no additional options have been provided to council. Given that this matter directly affects our residents' utility bills, I also believe it warrants transparency and, if necessary, formal consideration by the governing body prior to implementation. Until this information is presented and reviewed, I am not in support of proceeding with the transition to summer rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hemming.
Thank you. I want to say to the community members, I heard you, Ms. Coney, about your situation, as well as Ms. Gordon and Ms. Pittman about the mayor's assistant. We intend to discuss that tonight. Mr. Wardlow, we are working hard to get that city credit card policy updated, and it's not being deferred to be ignored. So I want you to make note of that. And then also, Ms. Friedman, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Sanchez, and Ms. McNeely, I heard you about the concerns. I also want to share with the community that, or appreciate the community for coming out to my first budget town hall. We had over 28 people in the room, and I wanted to remind everyone of the upcoming budget town hall that's scheduled for April 14th at 6:30 p.m. here in council chambers. If you weren't there at the first one, please come to the second one. The things that we're discussing matter to your pocketbook. The next thing I wanted to acknowledge is that we are coming up on a general primary election. So these elections determine what's on your ballot in November, so I would hope that everyone participate. You can go to mvp.sos.ga.gov to confirm your status and find out what's on your ballot. Next, I would like to congratulate Dr. Moret and the Tri-Cities High School Visual Arts seniors on a successful senior showcase. It was a fabulous show of their creativity and dedication. Many of them are going on to do great things. I want to thank the Deputy City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk, along with their teams, who hosted our first ever council orientation on March 28th. It was a robust meeting where we learned from your eyes how the city operates. Thank you for doing that and for allowing us to grow together in our role. And then finally, I think I went out of order, so I'll just reiterate. Please make a plan to vote. Remember that every vote in every election matters. So please be prepared for the upcoming election day on May 19th. Early voting starts April 27th through May 15th.
Thank you. So we are going to move on to the next set of the presentations. But before we do, I would just like to quickly address that, yes, as Councilwoman Hemming said, we will have some discussion around the office of the mayor and the staffing that goes along with that. For clarity, and I think I will leave that information once we get to that discussion, and we will address the issues at that point in time. As mayor, I can say that it has been a challenge, and I hope that we can come to a resolution because obviously I would like to stay in compliance because my commitment is strong to the city and I ran on transparency and accountability. And so we will move forward in some way together. Hopefully, we can get to the bottom of this so that we can restore proper operations to the mayor's office for the sake of our residents. So thank you so very much. And we can move on to now the solid waste presentation. I'm sorry, do I have to do a motion to council? Close the, no. Solid waste presentation on rate studies presented by New Gen Strategies and Solutions. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, can we please set the timer? Thank you. It's 15 minutes total with discussion and question. Discussion.
Oh, sorry, mic wasn't on. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you tonight. My name is Seth Cunningham with New Gen Strategies and Solutions. Just a quick note about me and New Gen. New Gen is a consulting firm focused on utility studies in the energy, water, wastewater, and solid waste industries. And we do financial studies as well as other types of planning studies. And I've got about 25 years of experience doing this type of work. And so we are bringing this experience to this project for the city of East Point. So just real quick overview of the presentation, which outlines or which follows our scope of services, which is we initially led off with a project kickoff meeting and did some additional data analysis. We followed that up with benchmarking with other communities, finally did the cost of service analysis, and then finally the rate design and rate scenarios. So some key goals of the study were to implement rates that recover cost while also remaining competitive with peer communities, to set rates that are equitable between different customer classes and aligned with the services being provided, to plan for operating cost increases and replacement of capital, and particularly garbage collection and recycling collection vehicles, and ensure that solid waste as an enterprise fund is self-sufficient and can meet its reserve requirements. So these are the current rates that are in place. The single-family household rate is $21.50 per month. There's also additional $6 per month for an extra cart. There's rates for small commercial businesses that are collected in the same manner. There's also the multifamily customers. They're $18 per unit per month. And roll-off customers, which is fairly limited service in the city, but every time you pull the large roll-off containers, $275 plus the cost of disposal. So one rate I want to highlight is the single-family residential rate, which is $21.50 per month. This was the focus of our benchmarking effort. So the next slide shows we looked at a number of communities in the region and compared rates and services. And across these communities, and including East Point, the average was $26.96 per month. So East Point is at the lower end of that range, but also several of the communities below East Point, South Fulton and College Park, do not have a curbside recycling program. And so when you factor in the services that are being received by the community, you have a high level of service for a fairly low rate currently. And one of the reasons that is the case is that, as I'll show in a few minutes, is the cost being charged is not sufficient to fully recover your current cost. So getting in to the rate design piece of it, just real highlight, quick view of what we call the billing units. So how many different types of customers you have. And so we have single-family households, a little under 11,000 households. We estimated about 1,600 extra carts that are being collected, approximately 5,000 multifamily units, And then, as I mentioned, just a few roll-off pulls. And then I just put in there the disposal amounts as well, so you can get a sense of the tonnages being disposed by those different categories. So the first column in this table, and there's a lot of information here, I'll walk through it, is the service category. So these are all the services that are being provided by the city. Administration includes things like fund transfers and oversight of the operation, but most of the others are direct cost. So residential refuse is an example, the multifamily refuse, and then the fiscal year 27 is our forecast of what the cost is for each of those services. And then the next three columns are the three primary customer types: single-family residential, multifamily residential, and roll-off. And so some of these are allocated directly to a customer class. So picking up a cart at a household is 100% allocated to the single-family residential, versus other costs, say for example, the cost of illegal dumping was distributed between the customer classes based on the size of those operations, so somewhat proportional sharing of those costs. So the total for the revenue requirement here is almost $4.5 million. And this is the total expenses minus some non-rate revenue that you get, like lease revenue at the transfer station, for example. And so this slide, we were just talking a little bit about, there's cost increases that the city faces each year for providing this service. There's things like the cost of collection vehicles has gone up significantly. The cost of hiring and retaining people has gone up, as well as just inflationary costs of the various types of materials and items you use in the service. But then also you have two large components as part of your cost: the disposal cost and recycling cost, that's set to a CPI adjustment, specifically the water, sewer, trash adjustment. And so that one, for example, over the last 10 years has averaged over 4% per year increase, and over the last 5 years has been almost 5% per year increase. And so even though the rate has not increased, the cost of providing the service has certainly increased over time. So what this graph shows is over the next 5 years, what the projected, we call over and under recovery is for each of the three main customer classes. And so you can see there's a zero bar. Anything below that is essentially operating at a deficit, and anything above that is generating a positive. And so single-family residential, as I mentioned, is operating at a deficit. And if you keep the rate constant and don't change that, that deficit will continue to grow as those costs continue to increase as for operating. Whereas multifamily starts off at a positive, and over the course of the 5 years, we're projected to go negative. And then roll off in the green just is close to break even and stays positive each of the 5 years. So we looked at three different rate scenarios. These are just potential scenarios that can be considered for the future. But one thing I wanted to mention before we get into that is the reserve requirements in the city's financial policies. And specific to solid waste, it states that the city will maintain a minimum of 4 months of expenses in the unassigned fund balance, or what we're calling the reserve, and the reserves to be no less than $1.6 million. At the time we started the project, it was estimated that the solid waste had about $200,000 in reserve. And then if you look at the fiscal year 26 test year revenue requirement, which was $4.3 million, that's a little less than the number on the prior slide because that was a 1 year projected forward. So $4.3 million, if you take 4 months of that, that's $1.43 million. And so based on that, you should have $1.6 million in reserve just based on the existing financial policy. So in all the rate scenarios that we're looking at today, as a baseline, we looked at including a small incremental, more like a CPI type adjustment each year to the rate, just to help keep up with the rate increases that the utility sees each year. But then we looked at some targeted increases above that, and we looked at 3 scenarios. Scenario 1, 2, and 3 all achieve eventually the same goal, which is to get to the reserve. They just achieve it over different time frames. So scenario 1 is the more aggressive scenario, trying to get to the target reserve balance between 4 to 5 years. Scenario 2 in 6 to 7 years, and scenario 3 in 9 to 10 years. A lot of information on this slide. So what I want to focus on is, that 2.5% is what we're showing is kind of the baseline. But each scenario, you can see scenario 1, there's fairly significant rate increases in 2027, and those are bolded with the box around it, but then it just goes to 2.5% after that. Scenario 2 stretches those out a little bit, but the rate increases come down. And scenario 3, the rate increases come down further, but they stretch out further. So if you look at that single family rate in 2031, they're all fairly similar, 2930, 2920, 2940. They're just getting there over a different period of time. And so what that does, now these bars represent the 3 scenarios. Scenario 1, immediately you're over-recovering, and that over-recovery then allows you to start to build up that reserve balance to try to meet the target. Scenario 2 ramps up a little slower, but then also, again, gets you to a positive situation each year, but also allowing you to contribute to the reserve balance. And then scenario 3 would actually still be negative in 2027, slightly positive in 2028, and then to start to positively grow and contribute to the reserve balance. And so what this shows is those projected year-end reserve balance projections. And so the green dashed line represents the target. And so it's flat in the first part of it because that's that $1.6 million minimum, and then starts to grow as the cost of the operation grows over time. And so what this shows is that the blue bar, scenario 1, meets that reserve between year 4 and 5. Scenario 2 would get there beyond what this graph shows, but out there in year 6 or 7. And then finally, scenario 3 is much slower. It's still trending in the right direction, but it takes longer to get there. And so it would be even further out between years 9 and 10. So what this slide shows is an updated benchmarking, and this may have one correction compared to what you may have in your packets. The 3 colored bars that have the years by them, your packet may show fiscal year 2027. That should have read fiscal year 2029, which is corrected here on this slide. And so what this does is looks out 3 years from now. If you implemented one of those rate increase scenarios, what that looks like compared to the current day benchmarking. And I emphasize current day because all of these communities are also under price pressures to increase rates as well. And so I would expect many of these communities to also be looking at rate increases over the next several years, and for that average to continue to increase as well. But even at current rates, those 3 rate increases, or those 3 scenarios after 3 years would still be fairly close to the average and still getting a high level of service. One additional consideration regarding multifamily is right now, again, everything is charged per unit, and there's some ups and downs with that revenue because as there are vacancies and turnover, the city is not getting revenue when there's those vacancies. And so one alternative that could also be considered is charging based on service level. So for example, if an apartment unit has a 8 cubic yard container collected 3 times a week, the apartment owner would be charged at that service level rather than individual units. And so it may also, be less turnover in the billing system as well by looking at it at apartment level. Sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on my time over here. So in summary, the current single-family rate in particular is not sufficient to recover the cost of providing the services in the city, and the city is not currently meeting the financial policy regarding solid waste and its reserve requirements. The three rate scenarios we outlined tonight would allow the city to fully recover its cost of service and meet its reserve requirements, but over different periods of time. And then last, the city could consider a rate structure change to multifamily properties to provide more stable revenue. 50 seconds to spare. That's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Councilman Freely?
Thanks, Matt.
I'm sorry, pardon me for a second. Can we set the timer for 10 minutes for questioning, please? Is there? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Martin Rogers would like to set a timer for questions for 10 minutes. Do we need to take a vote on that? Do we have to vote?
Again, there's not
There isn't a rule for
There
it?
isn't a rule or policy on your regular meetings, so I would recommend that you do get a vote so that it can be the will of the majority.
Thank you. All right. So there's, do you want to? Okay, so we do not want to vote for 10 minutes, and we're just going to let it go for, okay, I'm sorry, sir. Does any, Councilman Freely, you're up for discussion, and for questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Cunningham, for your presentation.
Yep.
It was very clear and very thorough. And we have known that our rates were not sufficient for many years, so none of this is surprising. But I do have a question because I think it will obviously come up in people's minds. As part of this review and the study that you did you consider opportunities for somehow cutting costs or some sort of operational costs that would offset this? I'm asking that question because I expect that some people will. Your
Microphone.
Mic turned off. The scope of the study was a financial study, and so we did not do what we consider an operational review in terms of getting out in the field and doing a thorough analysis of the operations. I mean, that's certainly something that we've done in other scenarios, but so it's hard to say exactly, but given that the size of the city and the level of resources we saw, we didn't see anything that seemed out of the ordinary by any means. I mean, we do see, even though it's a purely financial study, if something just seems abnormally high, we'll usually bring that up to the staff that we're working with.
So again, I guess then I would ask Madam Mayor, I'd like to just sort of direct that question to the city manager or possibly our solid waste director. Thanks. And accepting what Mr. Cunningham just said about the nature of this study, is it your opinion, do you have any sense that there are cost-cutting measures within your department that would somehow offset the need for this rate increase?
From what I've seen, I would say recycling would be a cost-effective because we are outsourcing it. But if we was to bring it in-house, I think that would be a cost-effective because that is a large chunk of what we've got going on right now.
Okay, so that shift to in-house recycling as opposed to contracting it is sort of the one area you might identify?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman Atkins?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Cunningham, and also Mr. Whitehead. This is also in line with Councilmember Friedley's question. My question was going to be around cost cutting as well. I heard you about the recycling, so I'm glad to hear that you're thinking about that. And the other question I would have is about the illegal dumping and then also the rerouting that you've brought to us. That was also to save on fuel. So the presentation that Mr. Cunningham gave us, does it take into consideration any of the savings from the rerouting? And are we also beefing up illegal dumping? It is my understanding that I get a lot of complaints from citizens. I drive by areas, I see tires and all sorts of things. When we get those complaints, we try to mitigate and make sure that we abate all of those, but there's a cost to us, and in essence, a cost to our citizens. So if we're asking them to tighten their belt to consider a rate increase, what are we doing to make sure that we are addressing issues like illegal dumping? And then also if you can just speak to if your presentation considers the savings from the route changes.
So the savings for the route change is more efficient with the fuel consumption and to congest the route. So right now we're scattered over the East Point. So we're burning more fuel and doing more maintenance on the vehicles because of the way we're running the routes. So once we congest the routes, we're looking at more efficiency of not fuel costs, less maintenance, and upkeep of the trucks. As far as the illegal dumping part, it's nothing, I won't say it's nothing we can do about it, but it's a cost effective to solid waste because it's coming out of our budget. We go out there and we pick up illegal dumping and we turn around, we have to pay for that cost. So we taking that lick all over the city, and how we're trying to address that now, we're having less calls in illegal dumping because we put a plan together where I have my supervisors go out on a Wednesday and they pinpoint all the illegal dump stations that we call hotspots. As they go look at that, on a Monday, we'll go right back and we'll surface that area. So within that same week, you have it right back, illegal dumping. So we're taking that cost and we're not getting funded for that.
Right.
So I can't say we can cut that off, because if we cut that off, now we got a dirty city.
Right. So not suggesting that we cut it off, but if I'm an illegal dumper and I come to dump tires and then I see that they're removed the following week, nothing happened to me, 2 weeks later, I'm probably coming back.
Right.
Right?
Correct.
So the citizens, the city, we are absorbing that cost. The question is around any strategies or techniques, however we do it, surveillance, license tags, any of those things, to make sure we're going after. And if we know the hot spots, that term I got, Cedric Maddox, right? Those hot spots, because we dealt with those a lot. If we know we have hot spots, why aren't we addressing any type of surveillance in those areas so that we can crack down and make those folks who are dumping pay their share for that dumping, whatever those fines may be, because we're taking on all of that cost.
So I'm not going to overstep my boundaries on this, but Chief Buchanan is trying to put out cameras to surveillance to catch these people who are dumping illegal. So on my behalf, my job is to remove everything that's out there. So we are doing that. We do go around and we use our code enforcement along with my supervisors to monitor these areas. But when these people doing illegal dumping, they illegal dumping 2, 3, 4 in the morning where everybody sleep. So I can't overstep Chief Buchanan's job, because he is trying to put the cameras out there to catch the
And I can shed a little light on that. So the police department has been deploying what we call hunter cameras. These cameras are typically used by hunters to check wildlife when they move. The camera only cuts on when it picks up movement. So not to go into too much of tactics and strategies, they are placing those. Now, they are not connected to our CAM system, our real-time crime center, but they have downloadable. And so I will check with the chief on how the status, and we just started that practice. Sorry, I don't know why that went out. We just started that practice within the last year. So I will ask for a status on how that's going.
Okay. In addition, Mr. City Manager, if you don't mind, when you ask for the status, could you also ask for the analytics? So how effective are they? I'm just a huge believer that which is not measured cannot be improved. So it would be one thing for us to have the cameras, but if we're not measuring the effectiveness of that, then I don't know how we would improve it. So the analytics would be great around that as well.
So to
Absolutely.
piggyback,
Sir, I'm sorry.
what they're doing now, the areas that they know where they're actually dumping these illegal tires now, they're not going there anymore. They're going to churches, like we just cleared up a church off, okay, it's a church over there, I'm sorry, I forgot the road. But anyway, we cleared up almost 200 tires because they dumped in this church parking lot in the back. And as you can see in DeKalb County, they did the exact same thing. They go into churches now. So they know the areas where you actually putting up cameras. So people ride around to say, okay, it's nothing here, it's nothing here. Nobody gonna put up cameras around churches, or that's what people thinking. But this is where all illegal dumping is happening at right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Can we, the Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
I was in and it came out.
Do you want me to move on to Councilwoman Hicks?
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I did have a little time to look at it over this weekend, but here's what I want to go on record with. And Mr. City Manager, while you're getting that information for Councilmember Atkins, please make sure, Madam City Clerk, that this is written down as well. You all talked about cost cutting. Your administration costs are almost $1 million. So what I would like to see is a breakdown of those job duties and functions for that department. Also for number 2, I would like to see the truck inventory. What do we have, the year, the make, and the model? And then a brief description on how long we keep those trucks. Because my expectation is, and I spoke to the city manager about this, if we could have 4 trucks doing litter pickup consecutively 5 days a week in each ward, to help us maintain the cleanliness of this city. So I would like information on that. And then number 3, over the years, I've followed our sanitation department. I was on council when we were talking about the recycling contract, but it's 3 buckets that I don't see listed here in this study. And one, or it may be the franchise fees from private haulers. I would like to know how much money the city is receiving for that. I would also like to know the lease payments from the East Point transfer stations, because people are paying leases to be a part of those transfer stations. And then the city also receives royalty funds or royalty fees for all garbage that comes to that station. I would like those numbers for the last 3 years. Those are, I think for the last 3 years would give us a better look at what we're up against. The other thing that was mentioned here was single family versus multi-units. And as I was doing research on this, I mean, I'm a single family home, but I know that I pay $21.50, but I get 2 bulk pickups a year with recycling and also garbage. But if we look at what other cities are doing with those apartments get picked up, once or twice a week, and they have a dumpster, and they're all paying about $18 maybe, or I don't know how much they're paying. I'll have to dig a little deeper. I think that I would like to see what the numbers look like if we increase the multi-units versus putting this on single-family homes. Multi-units will probably where we'll get most bang for our buck. And then we did approve a route change. I want to know the fuel consumption with that route change. How much did we spend in fuel for the past route changes, and what are we looking at to spend with the new route changes? And then lastly, the total cost of recycling in-house, going back to that, I was on council when we did the outsourcing of recycling, and I think that the major concern with recycling in the city of East Point doing it was we couldn't do it because we didn't have that capability, so that's why it's outsourced. But I would like to know what it would cost the city to do their own recycling versus someone else's, versus a company doing the recycling for us. So do you have those questions and observations, Madam City Clerk?
The majority of them, but you know we get all our verbatim minutes for your
Thank you so much. I don't expect an answer tonight because I know it's going to take a bit of research, but I did want to go on record as I was looking through the presentation and just kind of researching what other cities are doing. Thank you.
And I will work with Robert to follow up with those. I did want to just mention that the lease payments, the royalties, and franchise fees, those are, when we show the revenue requirement, so I put the slide up there for 27, is the total expenses are greater than the 4.48, and then we're subtracting those costs and saying, okay, whatever's left over is what needs to be recovered from rates. And so it is in the analysis. It's just not broken out the way you asked for it, but we will get that information for you. Yeah.
Councilwoman Hemmings.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the presenters, please. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham, and thank you, Mr. Whitehead. I'm just curious about the length of time. So how long has East Point's sanitation been at the 2150?
Forever, since I know. They never changed the rates. So whenever East Point started solid waste, I guess that's how long it's been.
And Mr. Cunningham, how frequently do cities typically, like that have healthy budgets, how often do they reassess and recalibrate the rates based on current needs?
Yeah, I mean, it varies based on kind of the current, the situation, how dynamic it is. But oftentimes we'll work with clients every 3 to 5 years to look at it. And if there's a lot of changes, it might be more than 3 years. If things are a little more steady, it might be like every 5 years to just take a look at it, make sure everything is still in balance. And you know, are the customers, you know, recovering their rates as intended or not? And so that's kind of a rule of thumb. Obviously, it depends on the individual community.
Mr. Cunningham, in the plainest language, like 10th grade level,
Yep.
please describe to me what the risk is to the city if this reserve is not brought up to the standard, and what's the risk to the residents and the ratepayers if this reserve is not brought up to the standard that's outlined in the policy.
Right now, effectively, it's operating at a deficit, which means that has to be covered somewhere. And so right now, it's being covered, I believe, through the general fund. And so, the general fund, which has other purposes, is having to supplement the solid waste fund. And the solid waste fund is set up as an enterprise fund, which is to mean that it's supposed to recover enough revenue to pay for all the costs of providing the service. And so it is a policy decision at that point. You know, there's a financial policy that was put in place to say that there would be a reserve. The consequence of not meeting that financial policy, that may be a question for the city manager or city attorney. I'm not sure in your particular case if there's any real consequence of not meeting that versus just you're not meeting a policy that you have in place.
So, Mr. Cunningham, is it safe to say that if we have to cover these costs because we have sanitation services, but we are supplementing them from the general fund, we are shifting the financial burden from ratepayers to taxpayers? So is it possible that if I'm both a ratepayer and a taxpayer, I'm paying for solid waste $21.50 a month, but also because you're taking these monies from the general fund, I would also be paying for it through my taxes?
Correct.
I yield.
Dr. Martin Rogers. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So thank you for the presentation. I will say I've been a resident of East Point over 16 years, and sanitation department, I typically hear a lot of positive things. So foundationally, done some really great things to consistently deliver a great service to the city. So thank you for that. I do have a couple of questions. So one, we are stepping in uncertain times. So right now, like really looking at any type of potential rate increases to make sure that this is the right approach. I personally would like to see a partnership between both the city and potentially the residents. So some of my colleagues have already mentioned a request to see formal documentation around what are we doing to help ourselves internally. So looking at operational costs, looking at any of our assets to see if there's a way that we can increase revenue and help drive down some of that cost. We're also, you just announced a pretty big change that's coming with routes, right? And so I'm a little concerned on how we can make such a drastic change, and you mentioned there are going to be some benefits, cost savings that are coming from that, but it's not reflected here. I definitely want to see what those numbers look like and how that is going to reflect in this overall cost, because it's a little concerning that we're going to make a massive change after, I don't know how long, 30, 40 years of routes remaining the same, and also ask for additional money at the same time. So we kind of need to figure out the approach there, one or the other type of situation, because I just don't see the connection. It's a disconnect for me around the route changes and asking for additional money. So those are the things. I mean, I think everyone has said most of the same things here. I just want to see more formal numbers around what we're doing to help ourselves, and then also what we're, the cost benefit that's going to come from these route changes to be reflected in this.
So what we're doing now, we're not trying to put all this on the residents, okay? So we're talking about a rate increase. We're not trying to put this all on the resident. With the businesses, we're saying businesses, multifamily apartment complexes, which someone just mentioned up there, we did look at talking to them first, increasing the revenue because of the service that we're giving them. If you go to a private company charging 4-5 times what we're charging right now. So in order for us to even think about an increase, I think that's where it should start first. You know, dealing with the businesses, the multifamilies, where we overexerting our team. We killing the equipment, whole 9 yards, but we getting paid less. So in order to generate our funds, that's what we're looking at first. Now, as far as the residents, yes, we was talking about a rate increase, but we wasn't talking about this zillion-dollar rate increase. We don't know. That's why we brought in the rate study, so we can find out what we can increase at this time. But we're actually looking at moving to multifamilies and that sort. Far as your route changes, all the route changes is a day change. So instead of scattering our routes, we're congesting everything. So if we were to break down with trucks or personnel, we can just shift the trucks right over, and we can help one another instead of crossing over the city of East Point, I'm sorry.
The only concern around that is, you know, there's 10,000, I think you mentioned 10,000 single-family homes, right? You are coming to these meetings and making the announcements. You've definitely come to our community meetings, but there's probably a few hundred people that join online to watch the meetings. We probably have a few hundred people in our meetings. There's still thousands of people that may not get this message. And so there's going to just be some trial and error for several months before people recognize there's been a route change, and potentially some hidden costs associated with that, because we'll have to go back and pick up trash in areas that we...
So, I'm sorry.
So I'm just making sure it's not going to be a bigger problem than what it is. And then on top of that, we're also asking for additional dollars. So I want to make sure that...
it won't be that issue. So we're looking at it as my team and myself started talking. We're already planning on putting out flyers to the day change. We ain't going to say route change. We're going to say a day change, because that's pretty much what it's going to be, a day change for these citizens. We're going to put out flyers. I'll constantly ask every council member on this board to let me know when your HOAs are or your meetings. I deal with HOA presidents. They call me, so I try to get into everybody, HOA meetings or however, just to put the word out. And we haven't even started the changes of the route yet. But that's just to get them the idea that we're looking at this certain date for us to make this change. And before my trucks even start on that day, we doing dry runs. So we saying May, June, my trucks still to be going in the areas before they even start the routes. So if it was anything that was missed, we are obligated to go back for that. We already got that in plan. So it is a plan of action to put in place so everything can run smoothly once all these changes come about. And we trying to be where we're not spending as much money. So that's why we're doing what we're doing now, ahead of time, months ahead of time.
Okay. Can I make one other question to the city manager and city attorney? City attorney, I just want to make sure before there's a rate increase, just to confirm that that is something that would come before council in a vote before, okay, just want to make sure that. And then city manager, if we could have a follow-up discussion where we formally get some of the information that we've requested around just understanding operational cost efficiencies, making sure that the route change, the benefits that we expect to see from the route changes, that's all included in this number before we make a decision on that.
That's fair.
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. Was that a request to be before this whole city council, or is that something that would be suffice in the one-on-one meetings that we have?
I think it should be in front of the whole city council in public.
Are there any more questions? Rogers?
All right, and then my last question was, when was the last rate change? Do we have the year that it was a rate change?
It never was one. Since I've been here and speaking with the previous director, there never has been a rate change. It always been $21.50.
Okay, I would like the history on when the last time it was, because I think that it might have been 2008, 2009. I'm not really sure. But my follow-up question is, the city manager has asked that 10% of department budgets be cut across the board. My follow-up question is, I want to know what was cut in this department. So you can bring that information back as well. What cuts were made in sanitation? Thank you.
Councilwoman Atkins?
Yes, just wanted to follow up to Councilmember Martin Rogers' question, and I think Councilmember Hemming asked as well. I do recall the monthly rate at $19. It was either $19 or $19.50, and that may have been around, the change may have come around the time that you said, but it was around $19 before, $19.50, something like that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
To Councilmember Caldwell's point, the rate is in an ordinance. So for it to be changed requires the ordinance, a new ordinance, amendment to the ordinance to be adopted by this body.
Okay, are there any more questions? And so just in closing, when you come, thank you for your presentation, and when you return with the presentation, can you please include a comps plan of the communications that will be shared with the residents? Please leverage our website, and if we can find any other touch points that our residents are already looking at on our website, even if they're watching a city council meeting like tonight, maybe is there a pop-up that you can put? I don't know if that's, we can do that, but try to make sure that we kind of over-communicate if any changes that we have, because we definitely need to keep our residents informed.
Not a problem.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And for our next presentation, I think we will move item number 6. We are on item number 8, I believe. Is that 6? What was 6 circle for? Okay. Thank you. Item number 6, the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority in the city of East Point. Councilwoman Caldwell? Oh.
Good evening. Ooh, that's loud. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carolina Ramos. I'm a Government and Community Affairs Manager at MARTA. Thank you, Councilmember Rogers, for asking us to speak today. And Councilmember Caldwell, yes. I want to make sure I don't go over 15 minutes. So I'll get right into it. Just want to give brief updates. As many of you have probably seen, there's been construction beginning on the Cleveland Metropolitan ART in East Point. We've started to prep around the city, and we'll be beginning in the city construction. As you can see on the slide, construction target is at the end, by the end of this month. And to give you some more details, we anticipate starting at Bayard Street, working eastbound towards Springdale Road. Our construction team and our project team have been working very diligently with the Transportation Division for the city. We have all of our permits, and we've submitted maintenance of traffic plans to the city as well. As we move forward, if there are any major impacts, you'll be getting an email from me letting you know where those impacts are, and if there's any questions or concerns, feel free to let me know. Additionally, we will be doing work or construction through the World Cup, so I just wanted to let you all know about that. Moving forward, some major impacts. We have, there you go, want to make sure, gone through an extensive public engagement process through the last few years regarding our bus network. So we have not done a transformative network redesign since our inception. We have adjusted routes here and there, but overall, as we move forward, folks have moved, density has changed. We have completely redone our entire bus network. Just want to give you guys an overview of how much public engagement we've done over the last 4 years. It was pretty extensive. We did a lot of committee, public engagement around all of our system. Moving forward, want to sort of highlight some of the frequency changes along East Point, around and in. So as you all can see, highlighted, there are a lot of changes with frequency, so 15 minutes or better, and 30 minutes as well. Some key changes from east to west, so Route 78 and 84, we're consolidating and ensuring that it's more frequent service every day, all week. That includes Saturday and Sunday. Also more connection to Fulton Industrial, East Point Station, Greenbrier Mall, Fulton Industrial Boulevard. We also, I'll go back to it real quick. So as you all can see, we have a very large reach zone, and so just want to give a little bit of context around that in the next slide. So all right, I'll go back so you guys can see it better. Partially for the reach zone are several factors. One is whether the roads, they were too tight for the buses. Two, there wasn't enough ridership. And so we, as you can see, we have a pretty large reach zone. So what that means is it is curb-to-curb service. And so I hate going back and forth, so I'm just going to give it to you guys all on the one so you can visualize it. So anyone within that zone, if you live there or you work there, you can call and you can use the MARTA Reach app, you can use the phone number, or you can go online to book a reservation, and within 30 minutes, a MARTA Reach vehicle, which I'll show later, will come pick you up. And so they'll take you anywhere within that zone. So if you live there and your pharmacy's there, you can go from your house to the pharmacy. If you commute to work in that zone, you can get picked up at your house and be taken to the nearest route or to the East Point MARTA station. So it is a shared experience. So this is not a personal Uber for folks. We did launch on March 7th, and our team has said there's been a lot of success. This is a new mode of service, and so we are working through the hiccups. So we are encouraging residents and riders, if they have any feedback or concerns about their experience with MARTA Reach, to please reach out to us, because we can't fix a problem if we don't know what's going on. The same also goes for the bus service. So again, it was all throughout the network, and so if you can sort of visualize how far MARTA expands. And so, of course, there may be some routes or some areas that we missed. It's not perfect, but as our interim CEO says, you know, can't let perfect be the enemy of the good. So again, we are encouraging folks to reach out to us if they have any concerns or any issues with NextGen or MARTA Reach. For MARTA Reach, we launched service March 7th, like I said, and there will be complimentary rides through May 2nd of this year. Moving forward, so if you all ride the system a lot, you will have seen that we are replacing all of our fare system and our fare gates all across our system. So we are coming to this entry, and we will be able to tap to pay. You can use your watch, you can use your phone, you can use a credit card, or if you like a Breeze card, you can definitely purchase one of those and use those. We are encouraging folks, if they do have a Breeze card, and let's say you go to the Falcons game and you bought several trips for the Falcon season, to hold off, and starting May 5th, if you have a registered card and you get a new card, we can transfer the balance. So we're not taking folks' money, but it does require for folks to register their current Breeze card and register a new Breeze card. We did launch this past weekend, 2 weekends ago, and the full launch is on May 2nd, so that the old system will not work. We are encouraging riders to tap their card as they go out, just to make sure, you know, we're getting that numerical count, but we're super excited for this. And always want to talk about public safety. So MARTA, year over year, crime is down 21%. Which we're really proud of. When our interim CEO, Jonathan, came in, he did commit to hiring additional officers and field protective service officers. So we have reach that allotment. We are also encouraging, once again, you know, community surveillance is very important. So with the NextGen, Better Breeze, all these things is going to encourage ridership. But we also have a CNSA app. So if folks have any concerns with their safety on the system, to report things through the app, and we'll have all of our officers, hopefully with the new train, I don't have a picture here, with the open gangway, we have committed to having officers on each one of those trains so they can just walk front to back. So excited about that. And those will be going into revenue service on June 5th of this year. And of course, can't talk about the World Cup without talking about MARTA. So of course, we are prepared for the World Cup. As you can see on the top right, those are our ambassador shirts. So none of us, including myself, will have any vacation over the summer. We will all be on the system, ensuring that folks know where they're going from point A to point B. And also, we will have 2 of those Breeze cards. So those are our FIFA World Cup Breeze cards that we're really excited to roll out. We are ready for the World Cup. You know, we do a lot of events every weekend, and so we're excited to be put to the test. But that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
First, thank you for your presentation. Councilwoman Hemming.
Hi, Ms. Ramos, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I have a couple of questions. One, there was a slide where you talked about some of the safety stats, and I was curious because we have had some incidents in East Point that don't seem to map onto this, and so are these the most up-to-date numbers?
Those are as of March 2nd is when I pulled these, yes.
Okay. And then also, we have some citizens who live at the Hillcrest. You mentioned it in your presentation when you were talking about the route changes. And one of the things that they've been asking for is coverage for the buses.
A shelter?
So are all of the routes, as you do these changes, are they going to get shelters?
Not all of them. So the way that we are phasing our new shelter, so of course there are stops that are being canceled, I guess, for a word I can't find right now. So we'll be moving those shelters from those stops to the top 70% ridership. So where there's the highest ridership, if there is a specific shelter, there is a list that's ongoing in my email, and so I can check to see if you have the stop ID number, I can ask our team if there will be a shelter there from another location.
Thank you. I don't have it, but I will get it. I'm really thrilled and excited about some of the construction, and I'm curious about what maintenance looks like long-term. So one of the opportunities we have in East Point is that our MARTA station has had its fair share of challenges. So I ride the MARTA, and so I'm seeing the changes happening. In fact, I'm a little bit frustrated because it makes the way I walk a little bit more challenging, but I'm grateful because I know what you guys are doing. However, as a rider, one of the experience that I often have had is that our station doesn't typically get the attention it feels. This is a feeling, not a fact. The attention that some of the other stops get. So I'm thrilled about the construction, and I'm curious about what the ongoing maintenance is going to look like so that our TVs are working and operable, so that we get regular cleaning, for example, so that the bathrooms are up to date and all those things. So could you talk a little bit about maintenance over time that is on par with some of the other stops that are on the MARTA line?
For East Point Station specifically?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Maintenance, I will say, at least once every other week, there is a deep clean, and I do understand your sentiment. My station is Ashby, and I've seen folks clean it, and then 2 days later, it does not look like someone just cleaned it. So definitely understand that. So our facilities team does go out there a good bit. In terms of I know that we've recently done some lighting fixtures and other items for that station. With our budget moving through, I believe that that is slated, East Point slated is for some sort of partial rehab at some point in the next 2 years. I can look at our capital improvement plan and get back to you on that. But we do try to treat every station, equally. Again, there's wear and tear. A lot of these stations have subway tiles that are 40 years old, right? So no matter how much you clean them, it just doesn't look how you want it to. So I totally understand with that sentiment. So I can get that information to you. And like I said, our station does do a deep clean at least once or twice a month at each station across the system.
My final question is, maybe it's a statement. I was reviewing some documents, and I read that East Point has one of the highest riderships in the area. And so I guess I would offer that given that we have such high ridership, that we might be a priority on MARTA's list of priorities, given how much of our residents frequent MARTA and how beneficial it is. We're a city on the move, and we're excited about having, transit-oriented development coming downtown. So I'm just hopeful that that is reflected in how MARTA engages with East Point. And I also want to get your contact information so I can share some of these concerns that have been raised by those in my community. Thank you so much, Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Councilmember.
We have Councilman Friedley.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. One, I just wanted to thank you for always being responsive. I know we've been going back and forth a lot recently about the clock and all kinds of things, and I appreciate that you're always very responsive. So that was my primary thing. I just wanted to thank you. To Councilmember Hemming's point about the Hillcrest Stanton Road situation, I had reached out to Ms. LaRosa back in 2024. I think we're talking about stop 213750, which is the senior residence side, and then the cemetery side is stop 213747, just for your reference. At that time, she indicated that the stop on the senior side had sufficient ridership for a shelter, that the one across the street didn't actually even qualify for a bench, but they went ahead and put one in. So I don't know if there's any update since then. That was in, I think, January of '24.
Mm-hmm. I will certainly check on that for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you also for taking some time out to come out and give us some updates. My question is really around communication. How have you communicated to the residents about these changes, especially in areas where we may have stops, that we're not going to have stops anymore? So what's been the communication strategy there?
For all the bus stops that we are closing, as of April 18th, we went out and put signs on every single one of the stops that said, your route is changing or this bus stop is closing. And so for the routes that are changing, it will say like, here's a new number, and then along with whether it's changing the route number or if it's closing, there's a QR code for folks to get more information. So that's one way we've done that. A second is we've done a lot of extensive outreach at one of the most popular stops or any routes that are changing. So we've had teams that are going out during, peak hours between 4 to 7, 4 to 9 when folks are on the system and letting them know, hey, your route's changing or this stop is closing. Additionally, we had several pop-ups at East Point Station because a lot of folks use that station to encourage that. And we've done a lot of, try to do TV and targeted ads and that sort of thing. But of course, folks may have missed it.
Yeah. My only question is if you have any material, QR code, something that we could potentially post on social media or something along those lines, we could maybe help. I don't know if it's something we could do, but help get the message out as well.
Yes, I will definitely be sending you guys some toolkits because there's a lot of changes for your constituents, and so we just want to make sure that folks have that information.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Atkins?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Just very quickly, just a few things. The REACH program, back at our Ward B community meeting, your colleague, Ms. Thornton, presented that program to us, and it was, I don't think had rolled out, but it was going to be rolling out soon. As a result, some of the residents in the ward utilized the system, and they complained about the long wait time. So I'm hoping that some of that is improved since it was just rolling out. Do you have any updates on sort of service time for this particular program?
I don't at this moment, but it is supposed to be 30 minutes or less, so anything more than that, like I mentioned, we encourage folks, if you have constituents that have those concerns, let me know. I'm happy to relay that to the team. It's a brand new mode of service, so we're trying to ensure that what we're expected is met.
Okay. And then I just want to echo the sentiments around safety and the perceptions of safety. We get a lot of complaints about the East Point train station. And given the fact that it is one of the stations with very high ridership, I would hope that MARTA would make sure that we are adequately staffed for that. But we do get a lot of complaints about safety and equipment not working. And so I know that there were some updates for those things, and MARTA wasn't planning to invest dollars to fix because it was going to replace. So I hope that those things will be completed soon. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from council? No. All right. Thank you. And thank you so much for your presentation and for bringing this forward to council. This is really helpful. It really shows how we are moving the city forward and providing an elevated level of service. The other, one thing I want to ask about your 21% crime rate that's down, is that specific to the East Point location or is that across MARTA? And if I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And if so, do we have statistics specifically around the East Point station by chance?
So the statistic is overall on the system. I don't have it specifically for East Point, but I can certainly ask and get that over to you.
All right, I appreciate that. And then, do we know anything about the demographics in terms of the ridership that you have in East Point? I know you said, just to get an understanding of how many of our citizens are actually using that extended service.
Data points I do not have, but we have a great RNA team, so I'm sure I can get that information to you as well.
Okay, and let's see, one more question I had. In terms of the MARTA cards that will be used during FIFA, are those new MARTA cards, are they currently able to apply to your Apple Wallet, or is that something that you still have, you can't sort of apply to the Apple Wallet as well? Okay, thank you so much. That's it. Thank you so much for your presentation, and I'm excited about the service and the work that you're doing in our city, so thank you so much.
Yes, thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Strategic realignment and strategic realignment and cultural affairs, housing, and community impact growth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While the city clerk, Madam City Clerk brings up the presentation, I shared the slides with council. They were also available in the agenda packet that was published on Friday. The intention of, you can't hear me? Sorry. I'll speak more clearly into the microphone. The intention of this presentation is to allow us as a city to be more effective, more efficient with some of our priority projects. At present, we have several projects around cultural arts, cultural enrichment, and engagement that right now are, I would say, out in the ether. The responsibility, the authority, the accounting and accountability lines are not clear. And then secondly, I think one of our more underutilized programs that has great potential for some of the concerns that we have raised as a body is the 50 Worst program and some of our other projects to improve the blight and the conditions of our community. So on the next slide, Madam City Clerk, please. You can go one more. Thank you. If that works, I don't mind clicking from here. Okay. All right. So I'll just be clear. The community has been very clear with us that they want to see our downtown and other spaces activated with life, economic opportunity, activity, etc. We also know that as we are thinking about some of our housing options and making sure that East Point has neighborhood stability, we have an opportunity here to think about how we grow support across the life stages from seniors, youth, and to families. Next slide, please. So this is the proposal. The proposal is to align existing efforts into 2 focused divisions reporting to the city manager to improve their execution and accountability and their impact. So the divisions would be 1, cultural affairs and public arts. The second would be a community stabilization and housing development. And on the next slide, I'll share a little bit more about what each of those divisions would do. And just to make it clear to colleagues, these would be done by ordinance, not a motion, but an ordinance that would cement these functions in the city manager's office. So the Division of Cultural Affairs and Public Arts would obviously be focused on these activities, activating public spaces, bringing more public art. We have one of the most celebrated kind of public art campaigns in the area. And I think that it is something that would allow us actually to drive what I'm calling the creative economy further to East Point if we make it very, very clear that this is something that we want and prioritize. I think all of the members on this council know that former council have previously passed a public art master plan, and we're seeing the benefits of that today. We also have a very thriving and active programming that has really brought out lots of members of the community and elsewhere to enjoy our city spaces. And I would like for this division to have a more prominent role in that. And I'd like to also say that I mentioned this earlier, but in 2027, the city turns 140 years old, and I want to make sure that we are threading the needle between our past and our present. Next slide, please. The division will do, obviously, things that I've already named. We would have them manage any concert series, connecting with our Visitors Bureau and others to make sure that those concert series are well attended and there's a clear return on investment. They would also manage all of our seasonal and special events. Importantly, they would continue activating public art and placemaking. There's sufficient data that says that a community that has substantive placemaking actually grows in its community engagement and its interaction with each other and government. There's also a lot of data that suggests that we are dealing in the city of East Point and elsewhere with lots of seniors and young people that are very, very isolated. So this is a little bit beyond just a program that is nice to have, I would argue that some of this placemaking is necessary. Another function of this division would be that they would collaborate with local organizations and institutions. If I had just rattled off the number of really fine assets we have in the city, we all know them: Bell Ethnic, Black Art in America, Arts Exchange, the Windmill Arts Center, the list goes on and on. I want to make sure that those entities are supported and that we might attract other entities like that to open business and support activity here in the city of East Point. And then lastly, I want it to be clear that this division's responsibility is around securing grants and cultural investment. My hope is that with a vision and a clear directive, this division would function actually to decrease the dependency on the general fund for some of our events and other programming. And I've already mentioned this key for me, which is around preservation. We have several neighborhoods in East Point that likely should be on some historic registry, but because we haven't had a containerized and structured process, those communities are missing out on grant benefits that they could benefit from, as well as other investments that would allow those communities to thrive. So on the next slide, I believe I'll tell you about the structure and impact. Here's what I'm proposing. I'm proposing in the division a manager that would be responsive to the city manager, and then also a grants and cultural development coordinator. The outcomes that we would expect to see is increased attendance to our events. We would see more East Point people engaging in activities. I would also hope to see some expanded opportunities for local vendors, artists, and small businesses. Again, I'm thinking about this creative economy. As I have traverse this city, I have learned that we have a great number of artists and artisans who live in the city, and so my hope would be that we would spur and support some of their activity. I've already mentioned the cultural assets. There is a lot of data that suggests when you have historical assets and preservation, it actually increases tourism to your city. And so that would be a key mandate and an output of this division. And then finally, I've already mentioned that the goal here is to decrease reliance on taxpayer dollars and to find outside sources to fund and manage a lot of these activities. Next slide, I believe, is the Division of Community Stabilization and Housing Development. So two things that are clear and important to me. This is the division that would really focus on blight, as well as housing stabilization and redevelopment efforts. And when I say stabilization, I'm talking about the property conditions. I'm talking about ensuring that we don't have great turnover from evictions. I'm talking about making sure that folks' lights can stay on, things of that nature. Importantly, because we are aware of state and federal policy, this division would thrive off of community partnerships to establish this coordinated network for housing stability. They would have a similar function and focus to the Division of Cultural Arts and Affairs, which would be to increase outside investment in these activities. Next slide, please. We would deliver and expect to see blight elimination, reduction in vacant and unsafe properties in the city. We would importantly see more to expand kind of housing options across income levels would be a function of this. So making sure that East Point residents can stay here and also begin to own here. I'm sorry, I have one more item on that one. Okay. I already said this one. Madam City Clerk said I need to move on, so I'm going to the next slide. It's okay, next slide. Next slide is fine. Okay, what I'm asking for, notice that I am trying to remain net neutral and not create new positions in the city. So it would be 3 distinct division managers supported by 1 program coordinator. And you all likely see that we already have these functions in the city, they're just not organized. So the blight and property strategy, that would be a rebrand of the 50 worst properties. The housing development would be a rebrand of the Office of Equity Improvement, what's the name of the office? Housing manager. And then finally, the community partnerships and housing stability, again, would be a rebrand of one of the functions in that office. We should see stronger connections with partners. We should see increased housing units, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. So I think I'm almost done and I want to close soon. you notice that these are not necessarily ideas that I have picked out of the sky. These are things that the city has already communicated we want to do. We are facing legal challenges given how the administration has changed, and us having to attest to how we spend or attest to how we support certain activities by certain names. You would see that this is an elevation in some ways, making sure that these divisions are reporting to the city manager and obviously reporting to us. And importantly, you would see that this rebrand and this refocus would help us come into compliance with the Georgia gratuities clause. I think I'm almost finished, maybe one or two more slides. Here's my final slide. This is what I'm asking the city council to do tonight. I would be asking you all to direct the city manager to return a formal implementation plan at the April 20th meeting. In that plan, he would give us the structure, staffing plans, and compensation of these two divisions. He would talk to us about a funding strategy, and importantly, moving away from reliance on the general fund. He would recommend what existing programs and functions needed to be recalibrated to accommodate this. Importantly, the events funds out of the city council and committees would be a key revenue source or key source of funding for cultural affairs and arts. And then my second ask would be for the city attorney to draft the appropriate ordinances that establish the divisions, incorporating the relevant programs and helping us to come into compliance with state and federal laws and initiatives. And the timeline is here. The reason why I'm presenting this tonight is because you all know that we're moving close to having a presentation from the city manager about the budget. I did an abbreviated presentation, but hopefully the points are clear and resonate with you colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Martin Rogers?
Yes, and I would just like to say thank you so much for your presentation. Just a couple of things I'd like to chime in on. First, I want to pay homage to Chief Rosemary Cloud. She was the first African-American fire chief in the United States of America, but the 50 Worst programs was something that she heavily advocated for. I think that being that we have a new city manager, he probably needs to get the history of the 50 Worst program, because from what I was able to gather and read through, it composed or it aligned with the police department, the fire department, the city solicitor, and also the planning and zoning department to address blight, identify properties, have inspections and violations, owner notification, compliance, demolition, and financial recovery and redevelopment and reuse. The other thing is, the city did give money to this particular initiative. I believe that it was a little over 100,000, but the 50 Worst Properties was also a revenue generator for the city, in which they collected like over $500,000. There were a lot of moving pieces to the 50 Worst. So we may need to hear from someone that has the historical information, because I know that it appeared over the course of a number of years with how the department changed from identifying to, I think the last thing that I talked about with the then solicitor was squatting. There was an initiative put in for squatting. There was an initiative, the last time I talked to the solicitor, there were a lot of components to this program, and the last one that we talked about was squatting, and also corporations being able to come in and get a number of homes in the city of East Point. So we definitely need the background information on that. Also, with the Office of Empowerment, we just had someone email us last week in regards to help with their utilities. But I think what is also important is something that you did mention in here, is we need a grant writer. We need someone, we do have a couple of departments that go after this grant funding, but if we are to move forward with this, especially with the housing, you have HUD, the CDBG, is it LIHEAP, for housing that extends beyond blighted property and can also be incorporated with that empowerment office as well. So I'm glad to see that this is LIHEAP. Is it LIHEAP? LIHEAP. I'm glad to see that this is on our agenda. So I'd just like to hear what other council members are thinking about this. And I guess my question was, and I'd ask Attorney Wiggins to weigh in. Well, I'll yield. Go ahead.
Okay, let's see, Councilwoman Cumming? Huh? You still, okay, you're not ready yet? Okay, Councilwoman, I'm sorry, Mitchell? Councilwoman Mitchell?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I did have a couple of questions. I know you mentioned 3 new managers. Were there new managers you were mentioning? Are these new positions or?
There are existing positions in the case of the Division of Community Stabilization. It would require 1 new position in the Cultural Affairs and I'm blanking on the names that I even asked for, and Public Art.
So similar to what Mr. Chris Swain does? I'm not sure, I've heard he's on Parks and Recs, but would this position be similar to, I would say, his job description?
Well, correct. I feel uncomfortable making comments about how the city manager might operationalize this, but my expectation would be, to your point, that we do have an existing public arts coordinator, and that role would be considered in reorganization and restructuring to accommodate these goals.
So would that somewhat be a duplicate position that we have if we already have someone in that role? Or that's kind of have those responsibilities already?
I would publicly say that my hope would be that that position would be elevated to the managerial level and that the coordinator position would be filled by a new person.
So my understanding is this restructuring is to save money. I think I've heard you say that, or is that a goal also?
Yes.
So creating these new, so I'm hearing it's 2 new managerial positions?
1.
1. And what type of salary would that have? Do you know? Have you thought about that?
We have a pay and compensation plan. Importantly, that's why I hope that the city manager would return this information back to us. I do note that some of these positions exist. There also could be, depending on, like Councilmember Martin Rogers said, depending on how it is structured, it may absorb or collaborate with other positions. So I don't have the information of exactly how this would be operationalized, hence my request to the city manager and the city attorney to draft something for us to allow us to react to. But I will say that my goal was to be net neutral and not to bloat our staffing lines.
Correct. So I think my only concern with this is if we have a similar position and we want to create another position that's somewhat of a duplicate, but the goal is to save money, I'm not sure if we could maybe put that energy towards something else, or, because I'm not sure if the savings I think that we're looking for would somewhat be zeroed out because we now have a new salary to take.
So for the record, I'll just plainly state that currently in the fiscal year 26 budget, there's a Department 1110, I think I added too many ones, that's called Council Committees. That Council Committee's budget has $943,000. My hope would be that with this reorganization, we would be minimizing those costs because we would be able to scale operations better by having a clear division that's responsible for managing these events. They would have economies of scale. So to your point, it's a complex discussion to talk about cost savings without seeing the full plan, because the city manager would need to recommend how this becomes net neutral. But I agree with you, Councilmember Mitchell, that we should be careful about expanding our city staffing without having a clear return on investment.
Thank you. Also, I think this would be good for a work session. I'm not sure if you were trying to take action tonight, but I know it's listed as a presentation, and it's not listed.
Madam City Clerk, could you, yeah, that's the requested action. So in order for it to go to a work session, we would need to see structure, staffing plans, compensation, funding strategy, recommended realignment, so that at the time that we're at work session, and the ordinances, so at the time that we're at work session, we are deliberating in order to move toward a decision.
Right, so I mean, you can easily put this on the work session agenda. My point was, I mean, it's listed on the agenda as a presentation. So I'm not
Yes.
sure, I think this has come up before. I'm not sure if we're allowed to take action if this is listed as a presentation. That would be my only, Madam City Attorney, I know this has come up before.
Rule 15, I think, would be the rule we should consult.
Take it to work session.
Rule 15 would be the rule that we could consult.
It will have to go to work session before we are able to take action on it. Correct?
I think she's looking.
Okay.
Madam City Attorney, can you confirm Rule 15, please?
Rule 15 provides that council members may place an item on the agenda, provided the item has first been to a work session or presented to council for discussion at a prior council meeting, and all associated paperwork was submitted to the clerk's office by the established deadline for receiving information.
So thank you. To the point, in order for us to have the supporting documentation, we would need something to review. So we're not deciding whether or not these divisions would exist. We are, as a body, deciding whether or not the city manager and the city attorney should take the action to draft the things that would allow us to consider this at a future meeting.
I mean, okay. I think this has come up before. I mean, I think instructing them to come back with this information is somewhat taking action. And as she just read, we're not able to take action unless these items have gone to work session. So I'm not sure if we're actually will be in concordance with our own rules at this point. But I yield.
Madam City Attorney, is it possible that you could clarify whether this item as a presentation coming on for the first time?
Can you speak up, Madam
I'm sorry.
Mayor?
Madam City Attorney, can you confirm, I know you read Rule 15, so basically this presentation, there's no action to be decided on it today, and so it should move to the work session for the next presentation, for review, and then to a regular council meeting for a vote as to whether or not we move forward with this presentation. Is that accurate? So it's presentation, work session for review, regular meeting for decision? Is that accurate?
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I was just consulting a different rule just to see if it would give us some more clarity. Based on Rule 15, there could not be any decision on the substance, right? You cannot decide tonight whether to create these new divisions or new positions. That's something that would need to go to work session or be on some prior meeting with all of the documents before the city council for consideration, right? That's something we talked about earlier today. What I understand is that the question is whether or not the city attorney and the city manager should draft those documents for this council's consideration, review, and then a discussion and ultimate a vote to create these positions, create these divisions. Thank you. And so if it's the will of this body to task us with doing that, you guys would need to have that decided by majority vote. Otherwise, those documents wouldn't exist for you guys to have it on a meeting, whether it be a work session or because Rule 15 talks about the item has to first go to a work session or be presented to council for discussion at a prior council meeting, and all associated paperwork was submitted. So for it to either it goes to a work session from today, right? So that there can be further discussion on these items, and those documents need to accompany, right?
I'll take mine off.
So all the documents would need to accompany it at the next meeting for it to be work sessioned or presented for a vote. You still have to have the documents. What I understand Councilwoman Hemming is asking for a vote of this body to task myself and the city manager.
Microphone.
I'm sorry. Tasking you with that tonight, but according to Rule 15, that tonight is not the timing to, I'm just trying to make sure, I'm not trying to shut you down, sis. I'm just asking, is that what I'm understanding, is that it has to go to work session?
It will need to go to work session.
Okay. In order to do the directive for you guys to move forward?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. This presentation needs to go to work session?
No.
I'm confused. So when it goes to work session, it needs some documents,
Right.
right?
Right.
The question is whether you guys agree that the city manager and I should draft those documents.
Okay. Tonight?
It could happen tonight, or it could go straight to work session and you decide at work session. Seems like if you agree with what's been presented, you would task us tonight to appear at the next meeting.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm back, yeah.
Okay. Dr. Martin Rogers? Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Because my mic went out and I pushed it.
Councilwoman Caldwell?
Me, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the presentation. I do think that moving forward with understanding, the documents, or having city manager, city attorney pulling together those documents for a work session for us to review will give more information as to whether or not we can truly consider and move forward with the program. So, but I do appreciate you putting together the presentation. One question I have is around the events piece. Is this events piece for all council events, or is this for city-led events versus council member events?
My goal is that the council move into their legislative kind of function. So if a council member really desired to host events and do that, they would, but the expectation would not be for the body to have to do these types of events. So you know that I inherited several large-scale events. I don't have the capacity to deliver these events to the community. And I don't have the expertise. I think that someone with a public arts cultural background would be far better suited to do these activities.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we could maintain a little bit of level of flexibility for council members if we choose to deliver, our commitments to the community through an event, that we have that flexibility to do so.
Freely?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Hemming. Really appreciate all of the thought and work that went into this. I am very excited about it. I think it addresses a couple of important issues from two different directions. One of the things that I like most about this in both of your division proposals is that it kind of highlights the collaborative and convening nature of these offices as opposed to content creation, event staging, and actual service delivery. I think that having an office that works with the existing arts and cultural agencies in this city to promote that and grow that as a convening organization is a much better role for a city the size of East Point. Similarly, with the community stabilization, I think performing that kind of collaborative convening role also makes a lot more sense for us. And then finally, I think, I sit on the Blighted Property Task Force. We've only had one meeting so far, but we have talked about sort of the role of the 50 worst properties. I think this would also center that in a much more focused way, which in just, in my years of observation, we need that on that program. And I think it would really make the Blighted Property Task Force, it would give us a lot more direction and some focus within an actual division, because I think that program has floated around. I think it's sort of, the city attorney kind of had it, and the city solicitor, and it was kind of like, who really owns this? So I think this provides some good focus. So very excited to hear more, and would be happy to support asking the city attorney and the city manager to pull that together.
Thank you.
Councilman Atkins, are you up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Councilmember Hemming, I have a couple of questions for the city manager, or the city attorney, really. I'm a bit intrigued by the community stabilization piece and what that would entail, because I think that is not only structure, but I think human services are probably embedded in that as well. And so I think that could be a way for us to address both of those things. I am a firm believer that housing is foundational. You cannot provide services for people to thrive without them being in stable housing. You spoke quite a bit about preservation, and the city has attempted to do that many years ago, the late 90s, beginning 2000s. And so if I'm not mistaken, Madam Attorney, we would have to first establish a historic preservation commission. Citizens would have to have a right to be able to appeal if they were deemed with some kind of non-compliance. Years ago, there was this thing about Conley Hills or historic Conley Hills and all of those things, and it broke the community up because there was no set established commission to decide what determines what is historic and what is not historic. And there was also an ordinance that was passed by the city, and Jefferson Avenue Baptist Church got cited. It was an overlay ordinance around historic preservation. One, it was a gratuity because they specifically named the paint company, but two, we had not established a historic preservation commission for the city. So citizens are due process, and so they can be a part of the national register or perhaps a state register, but I think that there would need to be a local register. We would have to know, is it historic, landmark, contributing, any of those things, and clearly define terms around that and what designates something historic, so that citizens will know and the city is not just running around issuing citations without the opportunity for citizens to appeal. So very interested in that piece and what you've proposed here with the two divisions. Obviously, I'm a huge proponent for the cultural arts piece as well. I think a city of this size, with some of the institutions that we have here already, we could really be a wonderful arts community here in the city of East Point.
Councilman Atkins, I appreciate your comments, and you're jumping ahead of my legislative agenda. I'm working on the cultural preservation piece, and I've reached out to the Department of Community Affairs. And importantly, I've begun conversations with the East Point Historical Society. Importantly, we would need to structure our program so that it is not punitive in nature, but that is supportive, which we then could unlock the grants that would support these historic sites. And to your point, the future proposal that will come before this body is to establish a 5-member cultural arts preservation, historic preservation commission that would do exactly what you're describing, allow for appeals. Also, there are costs, and there's some cost benefit analysis we would need to decide. Do we want to go for state preservation, or is city preservation enough? Because there are different levels of engagement that would be required depending if we go all the way to state.
Yeah, I think that, do we have to also have a local, if we're going to have, we have to establish a local commission?
Yes, you do. There's some state law around it in Title 44 of the Georgia Code, but you would need some body, a body, I should say, to determine what the criteria is for being historic, right? Whether it's colors, whether it's a district, all of that needs to be checked and oversaw by a body.
And I think that the
the
body
commission.
has to have specific disciplines on it, history,
That's right.
law, those things. So it's got to have those disciplines as well. So
That's what the state law dictates. If you're going to create it, this is what it is required for it.
at that time, former Mayor Hilliard, because this whole issue came up, had appointed myself and the late Linda Sheldon to present the feasibility on that. And I didn't know if something had changed, but I knew that we had not established a commission. And so
Gotcha.
that's why we did not have historic districts or areas or all of those things in the city. Okay, Adil, but thank you. I like the presentation and would be in favor of tasking to learn more for our work session discussion.
Councilman Mitchell, sorry.
Thank you. I just had one more comment. This actually might, I'm not sure if creating positions, if that gets into operations. Creating positions, I know we're trying to create a position, at least one position. I'm not sure if that's operational, would be my only concern.
The creation is not operational.
Okay.
The staffing it and supervising it would be. Right? So only the city council can create a position.
Okay.
Only the city council can riff or take away a position. But once you create it, then it's up to the city manager to staff it, supervise it.
Right. I'm assuming it's the same with the divisions, creating the divisions. Are we?
Yes, that's you too.
I'm guessing that's my other question I had about the divisions. Will we be using the same staff that we already have? And I guess I was a little lost on that. We'll be regrouping them, and I know you said rebranding, but that would be, we'd be creating these divisions using staff that are already employed?
Councilman Mitchell, I'm not proposing any of that because to
Okay.
your point, those are operational decisions. My proposal is that we have policy that we can consider as a legislative body. It would be up to the city manager then to make decisions around staffing and how those positions are moved. I think maybe we could make recommendations to him should we want to preserve certain people or positions, but that is outside of the purview of this body. We need the policy. And then we expect that the city manager would operationalize it, and if we would hold him accountable to do that.
So I'm tracking. I think I understand what the goal is. So even drafting the ordinance to establish, I'm reading it now, both divisions. Could you elaborate on that? Because I didn't understand.
Madam City Attorney, could you share more about what an ordinance would do?
Madam Mayor, is it appropriate if I respond? I think I understand the question, but, so let me just go to, in your charter, the city council would need to create the positions and divisions, right? So it would technically be a change to your pay and classification plan to add a position or take away a position or to structure the department in a way that looks differently from today. That's where it starts and stops for the council. So the ordinance would do that. A lot of times you see it in a budget ordinance where positions are created and funded in a budget ordinance. That's one approach. And then once it's created, so say if you created the position of street sweeper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once it's created, council is over, city manager picks up to determine, and you fund it too, right? You put money to it. That's y'all's decision as well. Then the city manager takes over to then go seek who's gonna fill the street sweeper position. Does that make sense?
I mean, so we create the position or create the division, but then once the division is created, I mean, there might be a mission for that division, but at the end of the day, it's up to the discretion of the city manager to run that division.
To run it, yes. Supervise it.
So what if he feels it should be run another way or any differently from how it's being ran now? I think we're just changing possibly just changing the name. I mean,
But
That's
that's
cool.
y'all's decision for policy, is to tell him, we want it to look differently. That's y'all's decision to tell the city manager, if you agree with this, right? You may not agree with this, but if you agreed with this, you would be saying, hey, city manager, we want this department to look differently. So we are passing an ordinance to add positions, take away positions, create divisions, change divisions, and that's your policy setting. That's how you set the policy, and then he would then go out and carry that policy out by staffing those positions and supervising the work. And also, you understand, the position is not only just created in name, but it's created in duties. And so in addition to creating the positions, there would need to be a job description, so you guys could know, what is this new position doing?
So that was my question. So that's why I was asking, are we using staff, these divisions are going to be filled with staff that we already had, or are we?
Potentially.
Because I think it was only mentioned of creating one position.
Yes, sir.
So if that's the case, we'll be using our current staff, changing the name. However, it's still at the city manager's discretion how he wants to run it.
That's right.
So for all intents and purposes, it would just be a name. I guess they call it rebranding. We call it rebranding, but yet under the discretion of the city manager how it's ran. And
The rebranding part, though, I would submit is, it's rebranding that entire
I know you good. I know we might lose quorum.
We still have enough.
Madam Mayor, for sake of time, I think that we are deliberating the mechanics of this, and that's exactly what I don't want to do at this moment. We can't deliberate on mechanics of something that isn't before the body. So at this time, if it's appropriate, I move to direct the city manager to return with the formal implementation
still have the
plan at
floor.
the April 20th meeting.
I think I still have the floor. I was going to get to that in a second. And that's why I think it's not regular protocol for the presentation before the work session. That's not normal for this exact reason. I think after we have gone to a work session and had time to discuss it, I think that's the appropriate time for us to make the decision that we can direct the city manager to do these things. Because normally we want to say like putting the cart before the horse. But normally that's why we go to work session before we do presentation, so we can have properly discussed it.
Councilman Mitchell, we can't discuss anything without any documentation. All I have is an idea at this point. The goal is to get the documentation so we can have the in-depth, robust conversation that you would like to have. That's exactly the goal of this item.
So do we have a motion on the floor to, I'm sorry. Sorry, Councilwoman Cummings. I'm sorry. Councilwoman Mitchell, are you done with your, okay. Councilwoman Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Hemming, for your presentation. I too echo my colleague's sentiments. I'm excited about this. I think, but what it is, all of these positions are currently here. I think it's kind of more of just a restructure or realignment, because we do have the 50 works. We have the Office of Equity and Inclusion and the council members, the budget that we have. I think it's just kind of realigning it and putting it all under one umbrella. If I'm not, that's kind of what it is. And I think to what Councilmember Mitchell is saying, I think initially he thought that we were recreating some positions. These positions are already here. It's just a realignment of what that's going to look like. And to his point, he's just saying, I see what it is that you're trying to do here, what you'd like to do. And I think it's good to bring all of this kind of under one umbrella, but it needs to go further in depth to just see what this looks like when we talk about what it's going to look like if you have to create a position, because we may use who we already have internally with regards to what is it going to, are you going to have a department or a division head or whatever it's going to be, what that's going to look like. And he's saying for that, it should be a discussion in work session just to see what everything looks like. You're saying, but for us to even go to work session to discuss it, we need some paperwork, something that we can look at. So I think now kind of once everybody sort of understands what I do believe that we need to go to work session so we can have some sort of robust conversation about it. So that all goes back to what we need from the city attorney and the city manager now, I guess, to give us something to even discuss what it looks like. This is a good start here, your presentation, and maybe they can just kind of take that and maybe to plug in, what does it look like at the end of the day? What would it cost? You know, who would be in what position or whatever? Not necessarily naming particular people, but just what it is. Because like I said, I think all the stuff is already in-house that we have. We're just kind of reclassifying it, just kind of moving some pieces of the puzzle in a different area. So I think with that being said, if we put a pin in it, have it to go to work session just so we can have more of a robust conversation about it, where we'll have some actual documentation to say this is what it looks like if we built this out, what it is that you have here, what your what you'd like to see. So is that a motion? Can I make it? I mean, I know we could, because we could, you know, continue to go about it. So I just want to, you know, I think I see what everybody's saying, and I think it's great, and I think it'll take care of a lot of, you know, sort of lingering issues that we do have here with regards to this. So, I mean, I'm for it. I think it's a great idea. But I think, you know, like I say, just need a little bit more, some teeth to it just to kind of see. And it's just, I think it's how we go about getting that done. So I think it does need to go to work session so we can kind of talk about it a little bit more. So the thing is, what do we need, like?
So do you want me to change this to present with a formal implementation plan this, instead of April 20th, would you like to say April 14th? What's the next work session? I think this is, when is the next work session?
Okay, yeah.
13.
So instead of in April 20th, I can slide it in for the work session date.
The works, you're talking about next, do we have timing from the city manager for how long? Do we need time? About how long it's going to take to do?
He said he can't pull it together.
So my question is, I'm going to go last, but are you done with your question? Because then I want everyone to have a chance to ask their questions, and we're on round 2 of this discussion.
Cummings, are you still in?
Okay.
Can I go in?
All right. Okay, we had Councilwoman Starr, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, this is great information, but I think that in order for us to really move forward, we probably do need the city manager to come back with what he already has in place, Councilmember Cummings, to the next work session. Because to your point, we do have the 50 worst properties, and some of those people may still, like the chief is still here, right? Both chiefs are still here, and they worked on that program. What I would like to see is what is stated here. The staffing plans, the division structures, like, we're gonna need that information at the work session to make a decision. Right now, as far as drafting the ordinance, maybe that part can wait. But maybe that first bullet point, we'll probably need that to have a robust conversation. But it may be a decision made at the work session that, okay, maybe we can use a resolution instead of an ordinance. But I think we probably do need the city manager to give us the plan. I mean, if he's able to by the next work session. No one has really asked Mr. Jones, can he provide this information? But I just wanted to chime in with that, and I'll yield, but.
Have you gone?
I'll yield. Okay. Let's see, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. So a couple of clarifying points, and maybe you can confirm this for me. But the 50 worst properties is just a board today. And so they have a lot of great ideas, but I think where it's fallen short is executing on those ideas, because
It's a program. It's,
So the 50 worst properties, they have staff to execute on their ideas today?
it's a program.
City manager?
So the fifth.
Is it?
Mayor, I should.
Last meeting, it was a function of the city, and it was just a matter of resources to keep up with. I think you have one person designated right now to 50 worst properties. Is that correct?
There's actually several.
Okay. All right. So
Okay.
it is a.
The last 50 worst properties meeting I sat on, that was one of the things that they said is to be able to come up with ideas and then pass that off. So it sounded like there was a disconnect there. The other thing that I think I heard Councilmember Hemming say is that changing the name of some of the Office of Inclusion and Empowerment may work better with, to ensure that we receive federal funding or whatever the case may be. So some of it requires a little bit of a restructure, which is why this is being recommended. And yes, the next step would be for city attorney, city manager to give us an idea of what that looks like at the next work session so that we can determine if this is something that we actually want to move forward with or these changes that we want to implement.
Thank you, Councilwoman Caldwell. And next we have Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you very much. I am in favor of tasking the city manager and the city attorney to provide that information to us, because I think that if we just move this to a work session, we've had the presentation, we're still working in abstract. We don't know what the city manager's recommendation would be for the restructuring, which is not something that we would be able to do. My question is Mr. City Manager, do you have the bandwidth at this time, given the fact that we're in the middle of budget season and those things, to meet a work session deadline of next Monday? And Councilmember Hemming, do we want to make sure that this is something considered for the FY27 budget, correct?
That was my hope. Right now, we have to make federal attestations that say that we are or are not in compliance with executive orders. So this has time-sensitive seriousness.
Right. And what are those deadlines? Because I'm trying to...
The budget. So the timeline here, the goal is to have it presented to us. Council would either consider to take it on to the May 4th meeting so that it could come in conversation with the budget. Mr. City Manager is going to be making the presentation of the budget here soon. And so if he has these existing functions in the budget.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm anticipating all of those things. It's just, I don't know if you've got the bandwidth to have it ready for next Monday for the work session.
So to respond to that, I think there were multiple layers. If it is to present where we are with the number of personnel that we have in 50 Worst, what we have in cultural affairs or cultural arts, the Office of Equity, Inclusion, Empowerment, the number of staff, I can provide that as a discussion point. But to actually have the type of information that was laid out in the presentation, that will probably have to be in the work session next month.
If that happened, so you could give us some preliminary information next week for work session, and if what you're saying is to meet all of the requests or the information that Councilmember Hemming put in this presentation, you would need for that to be May's work session. Does that still give you enough time if this body decides that, yes, please move forward with these divisions, to include those things in the budget? It sounds like the positions are already funded, they just are in a different reporting structure or organizational structure. So it'll just be a matter of creating the structure for them.
That's correct. So as the discussion was going on, I think a timeline could be the April 20th is when my goal is to present to council the recommended budget. That's not a voting situation outside of just accepting the budget. You have until June 1st to actually approve the budget. So if there are, I can work in my recommended budget this strategy, if I hear that there's consensus, and then the council can choose to do all the supporting legislation that will be required to set up those divisions in the lead up or at the June 1st budget amendment or budget adoption meeting.
Okay. So for
So
next.
that could be a strategy.
So, Councilmember Hemming?
Does that make sense?
I have a question. So for next week work session, you can provide us some preliminary information on these are the positions that are currently a part of our organizational structure, and they relate to the positions that you have identified in this presentation.
Correct.
And then in the next meeting, which is on the 20th, if this body wants to move forward with that, you will then be able to bake that into your presentation to us. And you would have the bandwidth, and that's more palatable to be able to do it that way.
I would be able to do that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, may I make a motion?
Work session.
I move that the city manager provide the preliminary staffing that relate to this proposal in history at the April, is it 14th work session? 13th work session.
Yeah.
That's my first motion, and then I have a second follow-up motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? We will move this item to the April 13th work session.
A preliminary, the preliminary analysis on the staffing positions.
Can we call it discovery?
Discovery.
Okay, discovery, we'll move this item number to the April 13th work session for discovery report.
Correct, but I have a second motion, because this is the important part of this. Whatever direction we may be wanting to walk in, the city attorney is going to have to weigh in on us coming into compliance with federal directives and state gratuities clause. I would also then move that the city attorney present to us some analysis or perspective or legal opinion, that's better, on the alignment with the federal directives and state gratuities clause.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, so we will, is that to be presented on the same day?
Yes.
Okay. All right, it's on the same day, okay. Is there any other discussion on this? Councilwoman Hemming, this is a good presentation for forward thinking. Thank you for that. What I would like to know from the city manager is there a opportunity to, in doing all this, do we have room for a project manager, I think, or as a part of this exercise to kind of, what has been presented today is an ideation, right? It's a presentation of ideas, thoughts that have been put together. Once that goes from the next to the next phase, then it's discovery. And my mind is just going back to like some type of project management, scope of work kind of situation that kind of outlines what the expectations are at every iteration of the process. I see that Councilwoman Hemmings has some of these high-level dates there, but is this already a process that is in place, or is this type of, is this a process in itself as we're using this ideation and presentation, then moving it to work session, then moving it to the actual vote? It's a lot to unpack. I'll follow up with that in an email to keep things moving. All right, so we will now move on. Oh, we have to vote. Did we get the vote? We got the vote. Okay. So now we will move on to what item are we on? 9?
Yeah, it should be 9. All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I will try to be quick. I placed this item on the agenda because we're now in April, as it was stated earlier.
Pardon me, Councilwoman Mitchell.
I'm sorry?
Pardon me for a second.
Okay.
Do we have a timer on this presentation?
Yeah, we spent the hour on that. Okay. Am I going yet, or am I waiting? Okay.
And council members.
Hold on, Ms. Pittman. I'm gonna give you an introduction. I'm gonna give you an introduction.
Okay, do my introduction.
Okay, thank you. So I was just going to give context to this. I'm not sure, but as mentioned earlier, we placed this item on the agenda because it's now April, and currently we do not have a functioning mayor's office. I believe a lot of that resistance is coming from our council. Additionally, I think this is important for us to take the opportunity to review the roles and responsibilities of the mayor and the mayor's office. I say that because I've observed multiple actions this year that raise concerns and may not fully align with our city charter. It is important that we are all operating with clear and shared understanding of those roles so we remain consistent, transparent, and in compliance with our governing framework. It's difficult to imagine a time that when a mayor has struggled this much to simply secure basic administrative support. The position being discussed is just an executive assistant. It's not a department head. It's not any position with any authority. This role does not supervise staff, does not have any authority over city operations, does not have any authority over funds. It exists solely to support the mayor in carrying out her day-to-day responsibilities. It's actually been proposed that we change our charter so the mayor can hire an assistant, that she's allowed to have per our charter to the best of my knowledge. First, I don't think that's necessary to amend our charter. Secondly, the process would only delay hiring of an assistant by at least another 2 months. And lastly, I don't think the council can dictate what the mayor's office does or how it operates. At this point, I believe this issue has grown beyond what it should. So to help bring clarity and perspective, I reached out to former mayors to get their input, and I'm pleased that one has agreed to join us this evening to share their experience and insight. My hope is that this presentation will help clear up any misconceptions and provide this council with the opportunity to ask questions directly to someone who's actually served in the role and understands its particular needs. And hopefully we can try to resolve this tonight. With that being said, I would like to invite former Mayor Ernestine Pittman to the podium to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. I'm only standing here because I am the only one in the room that has ever been a part of the Charter Review Commission where questions were asked about different departments, mainly mayor and council, and what could or could not be done and our powers there. And I'm the only council member that's elected mayor in this room, and the first council member in modern time to be elected mayor, who took it very seriously. At that council charter review commission, I learned that the mayor's office is more than the mayor being in a space in it. So with that, I would like to read to you. East Point City was granted its first city charter on August the 10th, 1887, over 138 years ago. Since then, there have been 34 mayoral elections every 4 years. However, there has been exactly one mayor's office designation. The mayor's office and a city hall are requirements, and the mayor's office has always been in City Hall. City Hall and the mayor's office, regardless of what form of government a municipality may have, represent the face of the city. The mayor's office is the first place residents and visitors can go to for information about the city. Businesses and residents with administrative concerns will go to City Hall first. The mayor's office is a destination, open to the public daily from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. It is staffed and maintained by the city. The number of staff positions is determined by the form of government the city has. East Point has a council manager form of government. East Point mayor is a part-time elected official. That means he or she is not expected to be in the mayor's office daily from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The mayor also has, quote, no management authority or responsibility with respect to the operations and administrations of city government, quote, closed. Hence, the city is responsible for one full-time paid staff position. A part-time mayor does not mean that the city has a part-time mayor's office. The one full-time paid staff position is totally under the supervision of the mayor and is identified in the listing of council-approved positions as an executive assistant, formerly called secretary. The mayor can bypass the posting of the position for an executive assistant by pre-selecting his or her choice or requesting a transfer of a current employee who has agreed to accept the position if it can be arranged. A current employee has the option of resigning and then being rehired by the mayor with no loss of benefits with proper notice to the city. The city council has absolutely no authority over the person whom the mayor hires, selects, or appoints for the executive assistant in the mayor's office. The city manager, upon request from the mayor, may help assist the mayor with hiring, selecting, appointing a current city employee under his administration's supervision. Other than a request from the mayor, the city manager has absolutely no authority over whom the mayor hires, selects, or appoints. The duties and responsibility of the mayor's office, executive assistant, talking about the mayor's office, not the person. The mayor's office, executive assistant, include basic office operations for setting up the office with equipment and supplies provided by the city. The executive assistant is the city's official public greeter and ambassador in the absence of the mayor. He or she provides general information about the city, such as 1, the operation and duties of the mayor's office, 2, telephone numbers of the city departments or transferring calls to a specific department, 3, maintaining a directory of managers of all departments, all apartments and townhomes that's in the city of East Point, 4, maintaining a directory of all churches. The telephone numbers of the city's library and the Bible Center. These are important. This is the most important information that residents are going to be coming in and visitors seeking. The basic mayoral duties, now these are the mayors. The basic mayoral duties of the executive assistant are specific to the duties and responsibilities of the mayor, which are stated in the city charter. The mayor shall serve as the chief spokesperson for the city and chief advocate of formally approved and adopted city policy. In addition, the mayor shall preside at all meetings of the city council and shall be recognized as the head of the city government for all ceremonial purposes and by the governor for purposes of military law. The mayor shall sign ordinances and resolutions only on their passage, shall sign deeds, bonds, contracts, and other instruments approved by the city council as required by law, and shall appoint city council committees and such other committees subject to city council approval and as provided by law. The mayor shall serve the city in a part-time capacity. Unless otherwise expressly provided by law or this charter, the mayor shall have no vote on any question before the city council except in case of a tie. Now, based on the charter, the mayor's executive assistant duties and responsibilities include: 1, keeping track of the mayor's calendar; 2, maintaining copies and tracking of all signed ordinances and resolutions, deeds, bonds, contracts, and other instruments approved by the city council as required by law; 3, notifying the council and city manager of all checks sent to the mayor's office and forwarding the checks to the city manager's office. A copy of the check is kept on file in the mayor's office. 4, maintaining a record of all requests for public appearances at various events in the city and for the city. The mayor shall serve as the chief spokesperson for the city and chief advocate of formally approved and adopted city policies. 5, planning for the South Fulton Municipal Association dinner meeting hosted by the mayor. South Fulton Municipal Association voting members are mayors. Council members can come, but as a member, she would have to be a part of that. 6, preparing all requests for proclamations. The mayor's job is community-based civic relationship tied to the government with the residents of the city of East Point and the community, businesses in too. The mayor shall be recognized as the head of the city government for all ceremonial purposes. And I hope tonight is the last time in this chamber that a person is recognized by the city of East Point. It is done by the elected mayor and not a council member. Council members only stand in as a designee if asked by the mayor. And that is in cases where a whole list of items come under. And she can't make it, community, school is in your community, then she would ask the council member, would you go? Daycare centers love to have elected officials come when little pre-kindergartners graduate to go to kindergarten. They go home and tell their parents, Mayor graduated me. This encourages business for that daycare center. But it also brings about an awareness. We have a mayor, and she needs to start acting like it. That means all proclamations bearing the mayor's signature must be presented by the mayor in the council's chamber or by his or her designee if the mayor is physically unable to do so. If the proclamation is for one of the events listed below, it will be up to the organizer to identify the presenter of the proclamation on behalf of the mayor with the mayor's approval. Proclamations not given by the mayor are presented on behalf of the mayor. And you're in the good, mayor, you don't let anybody use your title, your name without your approval. All right, next, proclamations for approved events. You will be receiving so many requests for residential and community achievements. Grandson gets a first-time degree in something from a first time there They want a proclamation of it. In the community activities, you do something, they want a proclamation for it. This is how you build trust and communication between governments and the residents and show that what they are doing is important. Grand business openings, recitals, anniversaries, retirements, funerals, academic programs. Everybody thinks their little child, our great-grandchildren can dance. So they have dance recitals. They want you to come and present them with a proclamation when they graduate or when they do something there. They don't really fully expect the mayor to come all the time or even most of the time, but just sending in someone in the place of that of the mayor. That adds stature and prestige. Anniversaries. Every church has an anniversary, a big number. Every pastor has a big number for his anniversary. They want you to come. I told them, I go to my church, you go to your church. I'm about out of town. Recitals, anniversaries, retirements. I attended a funeral for a former police officer, and I had to speak. I did not give a proclamation. They asked me, would I speak, because the proclamation would be forthcoming. Well, my time is up. But these are my items. They will be posted on my website and sent out on my e-blast first thing in the morning. Now, are there questions? Or do I just sit my fine self down?
Councilman Mitchell, you want to go?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Pittman. Just really quick, I wanted to get your thoughts. So our next agenda item, next up on the agenda is number 18, discussing and possible action on proposed charter amendment to authorize executive assistant to the mayor.
That's on page 4.
That's number 18. I just want to get your thoughts on that, 'cause that's next up in discussion.
Now, what page number is that?
This is on page number 3. It's on the agenda.
Oh, now,
Yeah.
that's going nowhere. Because number 1, not any of you up here are equipped to come up with any resolution telling the executive assistant, giving her duties and responsibilities. You never been mayor. You never talked to me. You didn't talk to Mayor Hilliard tonight. You didn't talk to Mayor Peters. We have Mayor Ingram. You have 4 city mayors still in this city. Did you ask us, how many of you knew all these things that I printed here? Did you know that the executive assistant has to keep a file of all documents that comes in? When the city manager wants a contract, agreement signed, it comes on a tracking list. And it tells everybody up there before who has signed it, when it came before the council, and the date. Well, when the mayor's signature goes on there to sign that contract, a copy is made. They don't tell you this in anywhere else. This is something you learn by talking to other mayors in other cities that says, these are the things that we do. The city received a $300,000 refund check back from the county for the elections when Councilmember Clyde Mitchell was on council. He just up and said one day, what happened to the $300,000? Nobody knew. It was never allocated in the budget because it never came before the council. So the check was never included in expected revenue. No, from that point on, we demanded that the mayor take a picture, email it out, and send it to the city manager. We don't know what happened to the $300,000 check. It was cash, but we don't know. And that is what you do. That executive assistant has 2 roles, one for the mayor's office and the other for the mayoral office of doing what is needed to make the city run smoothly when it comes to her. I was invited to the governor's office for a luncheon meeting. All the mayors and 2 council members were invited. I went. Cobb County had a consortium of businesses and all, then they wanted to know within 25-mile radius what kind of business and communities were there, and they wanted to talk to the mayors because they wanted to know about the people. So I went to that. Then I get a proclamation telling me they want me to come and for a minister's anniversary. I told them all in the beginning with the churches, tell them I go to my church on Sunday, they go to their church on Sunday. Don't do proclamations on Sundays. That is up to the mayor. How do you want yourself to be remembered as mayor? But when it comes up to changing anything in the mayor's office, you are trying to change our form of government. That won't fly. You will have to get a charter review, just like we did. First, you got to find a representative and a senator who will sponsor it in both areas. And what is it? You know, this is really ridiculous. Here we are, sitting here, 3 months, and the mayor's office is closed. And why? I don't know why she listened to all this other. You can't do anything about it. Even if this council's up and passes something as ridiculous as what is stated, you can't implement it. All you're going to do is have the city to pay money for an attorney to go to court and have it thrown out. And you can't even take it to court. You know why? It's a writ of mandamus. Which one are you going to go take your friends up there to court of all of you signed for it? Stop. Take a deep breath. You all are newly elected. You are exuberant. But you also carry a lot of baggage from past, and it's just not the past administration, past residents and all too. It's flowing through here. Whoever heard of the clamor being made about the mayor having an executive assistant? And I even heard that can't be, because if she's in the mayor's office, she can't be in the civil service. I'm union. I was Atlanta Federation of Teachers president. I am union to the core. Every employee in the city of East Point is a civil servant unless they are in management. It is not the supervisor that makes them a civil service. It is the job description and where it is located.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman. So just in short, because this is up for discussion and possible action, so in short, do we need to amend our charter so the mayor is able to appoint an executive assistant in layman's terms? Can we do that? And is that needed?
In labor terms,
Yes.
there's no need for an ordinance. There's no need for a resolution. The state will tell you the council does not make any kind of decisions for the mayor's office.
Can you speak a little bit also, just really, really quick, I know, on political appointees? I don't think you got to that.
That's not a political appointee.
Okay, so what kind of
The
appointment?
city manager pre-selects his executive assistant as he should, so does every department head. They don't post it. If the post is just doing it just because say we have to post, that's a decision made. Anybody in their right mind should respect that. If you got to be as close to me as the executive assistant to represent me in my absence, we need to be getting along, and I need to be able to trust you.
Right, and you also mentioned, just really quick, my last statement, about administrative authority.
There's no administration.
And that's over operations, as you stated in here.
Oh, the mayor has absolutely no administrative authority over any operations for the city of East Point. That belongs to the city manager.
So can you explain the difference between that and administrative, I guess, authority over an executive assistant? Can you explain the difference in that? Yes.
I listed those things here.
No, I'm just saying, can you explain the difference, just really quick?
The difference between administrative authority
over
and
operations and having administrative authority over executive assistant.
All right.
And the difference between the two.
For number one, an executive, the city, the mayor only has supervisory management over the executive assistant. That is the same for every department head, including the city manager. Now, when it comes to the operations and the administration of programs and implementation of policies and all, you don't, and neither does the mayor, have any kind of authority to do that. That is the city manager.
So when they mention administrative authority in the charter, it's not pertaining to her executive assistant?
Well, pertaining to whatever, I just politely tear that up and move on.
Yes, ma'am.
And get on with opening up City Hall, because there is a lot mayor's office business that is not being done, that is outside of the purview of what the mayoral duties for her executive assistant. Proclamations are going unanswered.
Thank you.
Calls are being unanswered. That's not right. Support each other.
I wonder if anyone has any questions.
Anything else? But no, performing these duties right here have absolutely nothing to do with what goes on in the city manager's office. And he can tell you that. Can't you, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
You can answer me. Madam Mayor, ask him, please. I'm
sorry,
not supposed to talk directly to him. I hadn't forgotten that.
You said if
But
any,
there is not a single administrative management operation that he is responsible for listed here. None whatsoever.
yeah, thank you. And I know we have to go. First of all, thank you for your clarification and for your time tonight. I definitely appreciate that. And I'm speaking on behalf of the mayor's office. I do want to allow Councilwoman Caldwell to chime in. I think she had, did you have your light on? Okay. Okay.
Am I excused? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. You're excused. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to belabor this any longer than it has to. Just to say that if all of these things that former Mayor Pittman has listed are accurate and in accordance with what we have for our mayor's office, I would like to say that I am gravely disappointed. I am terribly disappointed in the manner in which, if things are put in place, that people running around and this is the stuff that we said that we were done with. And we're not. And we need to be honest about that. And that's okay. But be honest about it, and we will move forward, because I'm ready to move forward for this council and for the city. But we also have to take into account humanity. When I was in Tifton, I was speeding a little bit, and a cop pulled me over, and he said, well, why are you here? What did you do? Why are you here? I said, I'm in here for a municipal association. I'm running a little late, blah, 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 blah. Driver's license registration. Gave it to him. He came back to the car. He said, ma'am, this is a warning. You can proceed. He didn't give me a ticket. He didn't take me to jail. We do have rules to abide by, and I plan on abiding by those rules. My intent was never to circumvent any rules when it comes to this. I hope that we are able to move forward. And that's all I have to say, because if I say anything else, it will be inappropriate. And I'm done. Okay. Well, the ask of that I'm asking tonight is for the person that was the temporary or full-time person that I asked to have in the position be moved back to her position while whatever else that council wanted to have happen with the resolutions and ordinances and things like that. I am here for us to do things right in decency and order, yes, but not at the expense of not having somebody in office to support me. That's all, to support the mayor's office. So that's it. And I don't know what I need to ask or how that needs to be a motion or what that needs to happen right now, but
I'd like to make a motion. So my motion is, I move that effective immediately that the city council affirms that the mayor has sole authority to appoint an executive assistant, and that council shall not delay, condition, or interfere with the authority, with that authority.
Yes, discussion. Madam City Attorney, I don't think it's appropriate for this moment, but the motion that's before us, could you weigh in on whether or not that motion would stand, given what you outlined for us as a council related to the charter provisions and the resolution that would do exactly what's being asked of council tonight, which is to align the authority so that the mayor can get the things that she needs?
Madam Mayor, is it appropriate I respond? Councilman Mitchell, I'm just going to repeat the motion as I think I heard it, okay? It was a motion for the city council to confirm, right?
I move to effectively,
Go it again.
I'll say it again. I moved effective immediately, the city council affirms that the mayor has sole authority to appoint an executive assistant, and that council shall not delay, condition, or interfere with that authority.
Sole authority to appoint an executive assistant.
Affirm.
Right, that the
Yes,
city
yes,
council
yes.
affirmed that the mayor has sole authority to appoint an executive assistant, and the council should not delay that authority, right?
And basically interfere, yes.
Okay. My question, so that I can answer Councilmember Hemming's question, is how do we reconcile that with 2-401 2C of the charter? I don't know if you can put it up on the board, on the screen here. And reconciling that, I think will give you the answers that you're looking for and that Ms. Pittman just outlined in her presentation.
Okay.
Two 401 2C in the charter, not in the ordinances. So just go to that Division 1. You see that? Go to that, and then, yep. It's under governance. There you go. Relationship among mayor. You see that says Chapter 4? Yep, right there. Road delineation. You got it. And then scroll up to C. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Press the button, ma'am.
When you say employee of the city, other than the city manager, the executive assistant in the mayor's office is an employee of the city because the city has to pay for all benefits and salaries. The mayor has no personal money she's supposed to be spending. That is that. As far as being an employee under civil service, she is not in the executive assistant is not in management. So it's a civil servant person. Whoever is hired by the mayor is going to be under civil service statutes. Now you check with the state of Georgia. We do our labor study when it comes to employment. The civil servant, she is a civil servant. She's not in management because the mayor doesn't have the same administrative authority that he has. No department head has an employee. They have a person that they supervise who happens to be an employee. You cannot be working on public property without being hired through either a contract or agreement about the city. Therefore, the executive position in all these years, through all these elections, in every city in Georgia, go on GMA, ask them up. Who else would it be except an employee of the city? If the employee gave the money to the, say, okay, go and do a contract, the money's coming from the city. No. That's not how it works. This says the mayor and city council shall not give directives to any city officers or employees other than the city manager. The city council is not supposed to be giving any directives to her executive assistant. The only person supposed to be doing that is the mayor. So where is the problem? And not any of them, including the mayor, supposed to be giving any directives to the city manager's employees. So there's no conflict there. That came up when we were saying, well, who? That has nothing to do with a person hired as an executive assistant, supervised by. Supervised by. It is who you're supervised by. You are that person's supervisor, and only you. And if you do some stuff over there you're supposed to do, here comes civil service, just like it does for all the other employees in the city. So that's why I asked to come tonight. If anybody don't believe me, all the boxes of all the conversations and all of the Charter Review Commission are stored here in the city. It addresses that. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
I'm in for discussion. Yeah, so if we just had a presentation, if that was the perfect time to ask questions. I think it's been explained well. I'm not sure. This might be the first time in East Point history that we're having this issue. And we don't have a functioning mayor's office without a good reason. So we're going on into our 4th month. The mayor needs assistance. The mayor's office needs to be open. Citizens need to be able to contact and speak with their mayor. So I beg you, let's do it like it's been done for the past, how many years? 140-some years. And allow the mayor to have her executive assistant. I'm not sure what else y'all plan on doing, drawing this out. Another 2 months to amend the charter. This is really crazy. Other than that, I think the motion's there's a motion on the floor.
Madam Mayor, I'm in. I'm happy to share my silence. My silence is because there's misinformation. My silence is there's mischaracterization of the goal and the intent of this body. And so rather than engage with it, I'm trying to get to resolution. Hence the reason I emailed all of council and said that I would be asking tonight for the city attorney to provide a formal legal written opinion. I do not think that while that legal opinion is being written, that should stop you. And I think it should be noted for the record that in executive session, several concessions were made to accommodate this exact position that we're in. There was accommodation from the city clerk's office. There was accommodation from the city attorney's office. And so the conversation that this body is trying to prevent you from having an executive assistant is unequivocally false. And it's disheartening that we are having a conversation on what the presumed motives of council are, when the presumed motives of council is to come in compliance with the ambiguity in the charter, and at the same time advance an immediate solution. So that's why I was silent, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And I will call on Councilwoman Cummings, then Councilwoman Caldwell, and then Councilman Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question is for the city attorney. So I think where the water is kind of getting muddy in this is the position, and I think just over the course of years, the name has changed from executive assistant, secretary, chief of staff, so the water's kind of gotten muddy with regards to that. So if we go back to what's in the charter, it says that mayor, council, we can't give directives to city officer, and the key word is employee. So if we are, based on what Ms. Pittman is saying, an executive assistant is considered to be an employee, that's the heartburn in this whole thing. But if it's just an appointee, if we change the name to an appointee, that is her person, correct?
Yes, however, that doesn't reconcile with what was presented, which was the person resigned from their position and is rehired as an employee. So it seems muddy.
And that's the thing there. If we had a clear, if it was just the appointee, they're not a city employee. It's not a person that resigns. This is just somebody this is her person. This is my appointee. This is who's in this position.
Microphone.
Wouldn't be civil service. An appointee wouldn't be. Employees are.
Right.
An appointee wouldn't.
Should it be the appointee? Should it be that if it's an appointee, it's not a civil service person, but it would be the person that would afford her the opportunity to put her person in there, correct?
That is correct. There has been conversation, however, by some members of the board that even as an appointee, they wanted the appointee to go through the hiring process. If you remember those conversations.
Right, I remember that. Oh, we're gonna be all day doing this. Okay.
So it has created,
This
right?
monster. Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
I also I found in the city's files from years ago, it's a 2013 memo, when this body was considering hiring an auditor to report directly to city council. And your city attorney at the time had a outside counsel do an opinion for you. And it's analogous somewhat to this issue because it would have been a position that would be directly supervised by the city council. So I'm passing that around so you can have one. I made a copy for you as well. You want a copy, ma'am? Okay, we'll get you one. You can.
Here you go.
Get one to Ms. Pittman.
That at that time, the finance committee would interview people who were concerned, thank you, who were being considered to be hired for our external auditor. The external auditor is hired by mayor and council, and that is who the external auditor reports to. The internal auditor reports to the finance director and the city manager, because he's over that boss. And they work together. The external auditor will come into the city so many times during the year and work with the internal auditor and the finance director. And then he would come when requested to budget meetings to state where we were. And he would write the letter at the end of the year as to what things needed to be fixed or what things did not. And when it comes to that motion that I raised my hand for this council to even consider any motion concerning the mayor's office is an improper motion because of the division of how our government is. That's an improper motion. One cannot, that's why I said, you can take the little things and do what you want to. Go and hire yourself a person. If the city refused to pay, I will pay for your attorney and get my fees back. Look at this mess. Now this is gone. All these years, we have had mayors and secretaries and executive assistants all at once. We have to have a confirmation for this to exist. And you're up here talking about the word employee. Nobody's going out and all. You can call it by any other word. Select, appoint, hire. She hires her own. And hire means by words. This is the person that I want. Hired by the city to pay for salaries and benefits. That's all.
I don't think there's a opposition to what Ms. Pittman is saying, that the mayor hires her own. I think that's accurate. She hires her own. The only thing that I would bring to this council's attention was that code section that just did not give, or it did not explicitly say that the mayor or council could supervise an employee. So that document that was sent around to the council back in February, it simply fixed that to give the mayor's office and council the ability to supervise someone, so it did not interfere with the city manager's duties that says he supervises everybody. So I agree, and I think y'all agree, that the mayor picks whoever she wants, hires whoever she wants. But cleaning up that one section that was put on the board a second ago to give the ability for an elected official to supervise someone, that is not stated in your charter today. I do agree, just based on the limited information I have, that this has not happened before, because the executive assistant, what I recall, has left at the time the mayor departed. And so now that hasn't happened, and to protect personnel conversations, I won't go much further in that. So I don't think that this has ever come up before, because that hasn't happened this time.
One more thing, and I'm sure no, because I gotta go. When we talk about civil service, if your job, like in family leave, family protection leave, if you lose your job because of illness or someone else taking it while you were out or whatever, or a transfer, when you come back to work, you're under civil service now. The city must make every effort to place you in a position, short of creating one, to accommodate you or your disability. Now that's it. Now, anyone who goes to work over in the mayor's office, it's no different for anyone, an executive assistant going to work from the city manager here. When he leaves, what happens to his executive assistant? The department head's executive assistant. What happens to them? Are they transferred? Another job place is bound for them? Because they're definitely not going to be the next city manager coming in assistant. That's not going to happen. I want to ask you this word here, because I brought it up to her. Whenever we read ordinances or the code or whatever, the charter, there's something called common inference. It's inferred implicitly or explicitly in order to accomplish what is printed there as the rule of the law. If you have a mayor and she has an office, who's going to do the work in there? She's going to do her own work? No, not going to happen. So she has an executive assistant that she supervises. Who else is going to supervise her? No one else. And whether there's an executive assistant to the mayor, whether or not that person is already over there working in the mayor's office. That mayor's office is supposed to be open and staffed right now under state law. It is not. Even if the person just goes in and sits in there, who are you? I'm the mayor's office executive assistant. You only get that kind of discussion and inference when you are talking to consultants during a review or ringing up on the telephone and asking like I do. That office is supposed to be open from 8 to 5.
Ms. Pittman, one more question. Previously, someone mentioned something about it being approved in the budget. So
In the budget. Now let's get that straight. These budget line items are something that's made up by council members and the city manager when you want to put something in it. Let's talk about professional fees of services. When I was mayor, professional fees. They knew good and well I was not buying any subscriptions. I was not going to go and join any mayoral group other than those that came under the National League of City and that. I was not going to any conference and get on any kind of committee. That is what that is. That's what that is. If you all want to subscribe to anything that's going to help you directly with your job as elected officials, those are what professional fees are. The only thing with that is you got to decide how much money is going to be asked to be put in the budget based on expected revenues for travel, training, education, and communicating with constituents. You have an ordinance that says you have to communicate with constituents. I think that's $2,500. It's too little. It needs to be completely scrubbed out and go in with the allowances. The state says you may be reimbursed for all compensation, for all receipts and all that you have for allowances that was done for the city to do your job. Now, if the city says, we can't afford but one trip to one conference, one this or two of that. If it were $10,000 last year, it may be several thousand this year. Instead of yours coming down, it's going up. And you're not learning. You're too slow. It shouldn't take $42,000 in 2 years for you to know what I just told you tonight. And I never attended a conference, or a seminar, or a workshop the whole time I was mayor or council member. I wrote IGMA downtown on the computer. National League of Cities, ring them up, email. I had speed dial on every person of importance in government on the state and national level, didn't care who they were. But you all, you're burning yourselves out for no good reason. And you got to tell the judge, well, why can't she have the person of her choice as her executive assistant? Is she not more, no pun intended, than the city manager? You are the elected person. You are my mayor, whether I voted for you or not, and I did. And we're going to straighten this out too, because I'm going home and I'm going to change what I had already started writing. Let that pause and pen come back around, and I'm not going to be hard on council members up here. I trust your goodwill is going to change. Do not bring a motion to the floor to confirm anything in the mayor's office. You don't have that authority. That's an improper motion. That's just like bringing a motion to the floor to confirm what the city manager says to do. You can only confirm his appointees as department heads. That's the only confirmation you can do. Everything else, It's hiring, not even appointing.
Thank you.
And you all are employees of the city. That's what the state said, you have to be compensated. And who compensates you? The city of East Point. George's name is not on that check. So what about you? Anything that happened to you, what happens? You can't go to Civil Service Board. You can't go to the city manager. Better get you a lawyer.
Thank you. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Okay, what was that again? Oh, okay, you have a question again?
No, I don't have a question. I just had a comment and a statement. I just wanted to say that I too want to get the mayor the support that she needs in the office immediately. And I support moving forward in that direction. If we don't need a motion, then we don't need a motion. If we do, then I support moving forward with that motion to get you the support you need immediately. It's my understanding that the budget, when we approved the budget, that position was not only established, it was also funded. And so therefore, it can be staffed. And as Ms. Pittman said tonight, we are part-time. This office needs to be open and it needs full-time staff. That's been the interpretation for the last 30 years and it should continue. And we just don't need to stand in the way of that.
Okay. I guess my next question is when the support that I asked for will be in. Oh, okay. Councilman Atkins?
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, the item that you drafted, the ordinance which was referenced in agenda item number 18, can you please go over this and what this would allow to do so that, and how it correlates or aligns with the charter?
Start by saying that I am not a decision maker. I'm an advice giver, right? And so this is just a recommendation to clear up where it says the mayor and council do not supervise employees. It now says what you're talking about, that provision that you're referencing says the mayor can supervise an employee. That's it.
So then
That's
it
all it
allows
says.
the mayor or any council member to hire whomever they like.
Within their budget.
Within their budget.
Their line item budget.
Right. So the mayor could hire whomever, and then it would not be out of compliance with the charter.
Right, it would just clear up that gap in the language, because the language currently does not say that electeds can supervise anyone. It just doesn't say it. And so without it saying it, I wrote something that says it.
So that, okay.
It doesn't talk about the who it has to be, or it just says, and I'm not sure why it has come down, but 2C says that the mayor and council cannot task, right? So that would be silly to have someone that she couldn't supervise. That's silly.
Right.
That it's her person. So the amendment was simply to say an elected can supervise and hire whoever they want within their
budget.
That's right.
Okay. And that's what this amendment does.
Yes, that's what it attempted to do, and this was after many conversations in executive session and at the request of this body of me to draft something to achieve this.
Right, correct.
And the only reason why I handed out that memo is because it appears that 13 years ago, another attorney agreed with that approach.
Yes. Question 1 and answer 1 in this memo.
I'm sorry, sir?
Question 1 and answer 1 in this memo, I think is what you're referring to.
Yes, the
Yes.
memo I passed around.
Yes.
Yes, and I think if you go to page 2 of that memo, So the reason why you don't have a written legal opinion from me, as Councilmember Hemming said, is because that requires a vote of council, right? That's Rule 36 of, so I didn't do one, but I found somebody else that did one. It just so
Gotcha.
happens to be on point. So it outlines the provisions of the charter, and then it comes to a conclusion, I think, on the second to last page. In that large paragraph in the middle of the page. Two C, I think it is.
Page 2.
I'm sorry, it is page 3, at the top of page 3. It just says, and I'm reading from a memo that someone else wrote, granted, but it says that if the mayor or council is to communicate with an employee or an officer of the city, it must be through the city manager or for a purpose authorized by section 2-02 of the city charter as pertaining to investigations and inquiries. So the conclusion at the bottom of page 5 simply says, if the procedure as outlined in 3635-3B, that's the home rule, charter amendment rule, is followed and the measure passes, then the governing body would be able to require the city's internal auditor to report directly to it, which is similar to allowing an employee of the city to report directly to the mayor.
Right. Thank you. I yield.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
I just wanted to, maybe to Councilmember Atkins, I think what we, and let me first start off with saying, I'm not opposed to clearing up language because we are here in a blip of time, in 20, 30, 40 years from now, this may come up again. And so if it's clear, then it's great. But the issue that I'm having is making sure that the office gets support immediately, like today, tonight. And so we need to figure that part out and solve that part, which is why I am in support of the motion and moving forward. This process started, once again, it was in the budget. The role was defined, the money was allocated. Maybe the other piece did not take place, but we knew where it was going, and for 30 years it's been interpreted one way. So I personally believe it's safe to move forward with saying we can provide this temporary relief until we get these things done and then move into a more formal process. But we do need to figure out how to get the mayor's support today.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and I also want to go on record with saying that I don't think that anyone up here really isn't in support of this help. I know that, I can only speak for myself. I am in support of the mayor's office being provided assistance. But I guess that I struggle with, it is in the budget. It has been done for well over 30 years. And I do believe that the city is going in the right direction, but at the very end of the day, she does need assistance in her office. Like, it's been 4 months now, 90 days now. So what are we going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I mean, I plan to move forward with the decision that I made 2 weeks ago, and I hope that by tomorrow, the decision that I made, the last decision that I made to who I have in office will be able to move forward. And then finally, I want to wrap this up, but thank you, council. I know that it's hard not to take things personal, not to feel attacked. I do understand that. I do understand that this body is committed to the residents of the city in doing what is right. And so please don't take this tonight or my emotions or anything like that the wrong way. I know we are all capable of serving the city, and I appreciate the work that has been done to clarify what seemed to be, ambiguous. So that's it. And thank you, Councilman Tremaine and all the council people at this point in time. But I will move forward with having the person that I asked to have in the office as of tomorrow. Thank you all, and we do need to dispose of them. Do we have a motion to dispose of? The motion to dispose?
So do I need to withdraw? I say you call the question.
Hmm?
I mean, if you're moving forward, but I'm not going to withdraw. I would say call the question.
Okay, all right. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, Madam, may I have a roll call, please? So I don't know if the motion should be, right. So what I'm asking is, by adding this motion in, what does this actually do on the record? Okay, so is there a motion, once the motion goes on record, hypothetically, long-term, what does it actually do or not do? I'm just trying to make sure that before I be a deciding vote, what it does and not does, trying to understand. Okay, I understand. Huh?
So I didn't make the motion, so the intent of the motion is held by
Okay.
Councilmember Mitchell. I think he can better answer your
So
question.
if you're moving forward with, the motion was to confirm your authority. And if you're moving forward, apparently you don't need that confirmation. So
Right.
that's why I was just saying, call the question and we can see where.
Okay,
where
so
people's
we
heads
called
are.
the question, we said, go ahead, madam.
She said, so.
You can have discussion
I just
after.
said to affirm.
Well, they've called the question, there's been a vote.
Yeah.
We need to get the actual votes on the record because we don't know how many were yay or nay, so discussion is over.
Okay.
You didn't get the motion.
So the motion was to confirm your authority. If you're moving forward, period, if, they don't have to, apparently, they can't stop you. So they don't need a confirmation from them, and they're not going to confirm it, so they
this is just a
can't stop you from doing what's.
This is just a procedural comment. The motion wasn't withdrawn. The motion was seconded. The motion had discussion, and there's been a vote. We need the vote.
All right.
Certainly. I think Madam Clerk can repeat the motion that you guys voted on.
Yeah, I thought I was about to do the roll call.
The motion was to effective immediately, the city council will affirm that the mayor has sole authority to appoint an executive assistant, and that council shall not delay, condition, or interfere with that authority. It's basically trying to affirm to keep them from interfering with her selecting an executive assistant. So not this, so I guess it didn't make it, so I guess they will. Oh, okay. They will continue to interfere.
All right, Councilmember Hemme?
No, pursuant to the memo that we received.
Councilmember Freely? No. Councilmember Atkins? No. Councilmember Cummings? Yes. Councilmember Mitchell?
Yes.
Councilmember Caldwell?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin Rogers?
Yes.
The motion failed.
Okay, on to the next item.
So can we go to the item that was actually on the agenda?
Yeah, we have another agenda item about the
No,
charter
we
amendment.
have an agenda item that needs to be voted on.
We've not voted on this
We didn't vote on
amendment.
the agenda item, which is the ordinance to do what the mayor needs.
Right.
That was completely different.
It's number 18.
Discussion and possible action on possible charter amendment to authorize the executive assistant to the mayor.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Was it advertised pursuant to the requirements of Title 36? So in my email, it was very clear what the steps were to achieve this. It requires 2 readings. It requires the advertisements. And so before you make that motion, procedurally, we need to make sure that we are proper.
So I guess it wasn't. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct. That is a no.
I need to say something because it's disheartening that we're having this conversation because I'm pretty sure that council made it clear that we wanted this to be advertised so that we could effectively do this, which would allow exactly what the mayor needs, which is to appoint the executive assistant. So I don't know where the communication breakdown happened, but why are we not allowed? Is there any vote that we can take tonight to continue moving in this direction? Because I want to be clear about what my motives are. My motives are to come in compliance with the charter and to afford the mayor the support that she needs. And so is there anything that this body can do tonight to accomplish that?
You just did. They voted it down. I mean, so. And it's not in its final form. There are several, I think, issues with the ordinance that's written. Jesus Christ, y'all. This is not that hard.
Okay, it sounds like there is no discussion or motion on the floor at this time. So is the body ready to move forward to item number 10?
I think Councilman Cummings has her hand. I will
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
defer
I'm into,
and then
yeah.
speak.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So, and I'll ask the city attorney and city manager if we can authorize the city manager to temporarily appoint or assign I guess the person that you had before as the assist.
Second.
I'm sorry.
To my understanding, he does not need a vote to do that. It's been requested. We've just established that the mayor has a right to appoint someone to her office.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm
just,
but I mean, this way, I think we would still be in compliance with yeah, if we put it on record that the city manager is going to temporarily assign, I'm assuming the person that you previously had to be your assistant, I guess until we work out or clear up whatever it needs to be cleared up. That would give you what you need immediately.
Second.
So can we?
discussion.
That's discussion, I'm in.
Discussion.
Okay. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I hear you. You done? Okay, so we're so worried about being in compliance. This might be a question for Madam City Attorney. I think Ms. Pittman mentioned it earlier. I think the biggest issue is the mayor's office being closed because he said that was somewhat illegal for the office not to be open. Are you familiar with this? Or familiar with what she was saying about
I'm
that?
not familiar with what she was referring to.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with the mayor's office being open or closed either.
And I think I did read the ordinance and the resolution, and I had several questions and concerns. I don't think we can actually dictate the mayor's budget as a council. I think they were trying to use money from, what was it, personal, I forget the.
Professional something.
Professional fees and trying to dictate what that can be used for and this and the third. I found kind of several issues in the premise and a lot of that stuff. And I think to pass, it would have to be advertised. It would need to be in its final form. There are other issues that go along with that.
Madam Mayor, I call for the orders of the day.
One sec, I'm still talking, I'm sorry.
Well, point of order.
Okay, go ahead.
Point of order.
What's your point?
And Madam,
God.
I'm calling for the orders of the day. What is the vote that we're taking right now?
What number is that?
The vote that Councilmember Cummings made was to temporarily direct the city manager to assign someone to the mayor's office while we resolved the legalistic part of this.
What's the point?
And I
of,
have
what
a
was your point?
I have a second.
What was your point of order? It's still discussion.
I'm calling for the orders of the day. I'm asking the mayor for the orders of business. It's a Roberts rule. I'm calling for the orders of the day. What are we discussing right now, Madam Mayor?
It's discussion.
Madam Mayor, we did not vote on number 18. We voted on a motion that Councilmember Mitchell made that was not concurrent with the charter.
I don't
So-
think a formal motion was never made. You second while she was talking. A formal motion was never made. She was discussing the idea of a motion. She never said, I'll make a motion for this. So as I take the floor back, please. Thank you. So, Jesus Christ. So, I mean, it is what it is, y'all. This is irritating. And Madam Mayor, do what you need to do. That's where I'm at right now. So this isn't going nowhere.
Will that happen, and then what can I do? So can I have an answer to the question? If I make a request today to move the person into the office tomorrow, clarification requesting from the city manager, what can I do and what will happen? It's up to I'm asking, what will happen tomorrow if I asked for immediate assistance in the mayor's office based on the person that I asked to have moved over tomorrow, and we start to work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, next week, will the access be revoked? Will she be moved will she be removed from that office? That's all I want to know.
Thank you. And not to belabor the point, but I thought when I watched the video of Saturday, that can happen without council's vote. At least that was a legal opinion that was provided, correct?
I'm assuming you're asking me, was the
About
legal
the
opinion?
onboarding.
Would the city manager be able to assign duties to a current employee? Sure. That doesn't require council vote.
Okay, thank you.
My question is, if I ask the person to put a calendar meeting in or accompany to an event, what would be the obstacles then that I would face?
Is that for
That
me or
person
for the
can't
city
support,
manager?
I believe that
I think that's what the issue. I want to put someone in there. I want to be able to give them. I want to be able to give them directives and tell them what I need day in and day out to support the office. Because if I do it, what I'm asking is I don't want to wake up the next morning or in the middle of the night at 9 o'clock at night hearing that people have contacted the city manager and asked him to undo what has been done. I mean, that's all I'm trying to get to. I don't want to wake up another morning and have a person that I thought was out. That's all I'm trying to get to.
The microphone's been on for 10 minutes.
So is it that there's not a motion on the floor, on the table? Is that the position, that we don't have a motion to do this right now?
Councilman Atkins?
Yes. If I may, I think that the question is really what this gets to. I think the mayor was asking what happens if she directed the person who was there to come back. And the whole thing about the discussion is that, as per our charter, none of us as elected officials have the authority to direct a city employee. It would have to be the decision of the city manager to then make the decision for someone to temporarily go over until this is passed.
So council understands that without the approval of the city manager tonight to move forward with putting the person in the office and allowing me to speak to that person so that I can get things done in the office, council understands that not doing that will belabor and delay support in the mayor's office.
Okay, I think that those are two different things, because the city manager has the ability to move someone to the office. The mayor or any elected official does not have the ability to direct someone to come from one department to the mayor's office, which is the whole reason we're having the discussion.
I'm not asking,
The city-
I'm not making
what?
a decision to move him. I'm asking him to make a decision to move her.
Oh,
Once that person-
I thought that what I heard is that you were just going to tell the person to come back.
Never has that been the case.
I said I thought.
Well,
So if
clarify right now.
okay, so if I
Never has it
thought,
been
then
the
I
case.
heard incorrectly,
Never has that been
but I
the
know
case.
that the meeting is
Never has that
recorded.
been the case.
Okay.
It has not. It has not been the case. And that's what I've been trying to tell y'all since the beginning. It has not been the case. So stop.
Stop
For
what?
my goodness, just stop. You sit up here and act like you don't know what you're doing. But you know exactly what you are doing, what you're
I am very clear about asking my questions. I am very clear, and my comment was, I thought that that's what I heard. You said that I will do what, I will just move forward to my.
Of order, point of order. Point of order. I'm supposed to ask what my point of order is.
Yes, ma'am.
Decorum.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you.
Decorum.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize. Oh, approved. Is that?
Yes.
Yes, accepted. Yes, thank you.
I had a question really quick, and then we like I said, we won't belabor this, but it was my understanding that an employee, if we use the term employee, that would be under the supervision of the city manager. And executive assistant, from what I'm hearing, should not be under his supervision. Now, I heard there's a case where the city manager can take an existing employee and kind of delegate that to the mayor's office. I'm hearing that's an option. But when we use the term employee earlier, that would imply that that person is under the city manager's supervision. That's why I was just curious. I actually wanted to say this earlier. I don't think an executive assistant of your choosing would be under the city manager's supervision. However, if you want to take an existing employee, I think he would have that discretion and be able to appoint somebody to you. I think the issue is that, how do I say this? You have your own discretion on who you would like to be. It doesn't have to be an existing employee, but if that's who you want, I believe you may have to go that route with going through the city manager. Okay, I got you.
I don't have a problem with that,
Okay.
that being the situation
Okay.
right now because the person that I'm asking for is qualified. What I'm asking for is qualified to be in that position. So I'm asking for that to happen. If you want me to CC you on everything that happens, cool. But I just don't want to wake up the next morning telling me that the person can no longer be at my assistance. If you want me to CC you, if you want her to report to her, I mean, you see all my emails, text messages, I mean, I'm transparent. You want me to CC y'all on all the emails that I send to her? I'll do that too. Cool, no problem. everybody to know what's going on. And we can be in compliance, because I wouldn't be speaking to her directly, he would be CC'd on all communication. Is that not what the charter says?
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
Melissa has an item for $15 million that she needs us to vote on. Can we table this and come back to it so we can vote on her item? Do you mind?
Let me just ask this one question.
Melissa said she has a $15 million item. That's the only reason I came back in. She has a what? $15 million item that she needs us to approve.
Okay, if it's in the will of council, we can, I guess, table this. I still would like to know via email by tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock if I have someone come into the office, you can be CC'd on it, all communications can go through, everybody in this dais, whatever, can see what I'm talking about, if we just have that person in my office to help me get the support that I need. That's all I'm asking for.
I think that just needs to be a question for the city attorney, and we can look at this item and then come back to ensure that if you CC at least city manager on these communications, is that in violation of the ordinance or code we looked at earlier?
Thank you. And the only reason why I kept coming back to ask this is because this body will not reconvene again until like the next week. So I'm just trying to get this squared away right now so I can understand what's going on. That's all I'm asking for.
I would say, would even have the authority to kick somebody out of City Hall, one of your appointees? I guess that's a legal question.
The question, so the question was if Madam Mayor will copy at least the city manager on any communications with a city employee that is in support of her office, does that meet the qualification of the code we looked at earlier? Because it was a two-part code. One said no directives, but then the last part of that sentence said that the city manager needed to be involved in the communication. So, and while you're going back to the code, can we look at the item for, I make a motion to table that for the moment?
Aye.
Yes. Yes, I'd like to make a motion for council to approve the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for federally funded projects to replace deteriorating raw water sewer supply lines.
Second.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Just to give you a backdrop and the summary, so the East Point Water Infrastructure Enhancement Act of 2025 authorizes expanded involvement of the United States Army Corps of Engineers in the city's water infrastructure projects with support from Senators John Ossoff, Raphael Warnock, and Congresswoman Nakima Williams. This legislation enables Congress to allocate federal funding for critical water and sewer improvements, strengthening reliability and service for both residents and the businesses of the city of East Point. Council and Mayor has already reviewed and approved the draft contract. The final contract, presented tonight has no changes. The signed agreement must be signed and received by the United States Army Corps of Engineers by April 10th, 2026, in order to retain the $15 million in federal funding. This authorizes us up to $20 million, and we received the confirmed award of $15 million on January 31st, 2025. The local match is 25%, bringing the total cost of the project to $19.9 million. Construction Once approval of the executed contract will end in 2029. So the next step tonight is for council to review and approve the agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers in order for them to receive the $15 million of funding to rehabilitate our water lines from Ben Hill Reservoir to our water treatment plant.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Thank you so much and congratulations. Thank you. Now, you want to move on to number 10? Okay. Number 10? No, we're going to keep going. Go ahead, Frank. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. The item before you today is to vote to adopt a resolution approving what the GIC committee is recommending for a letter of support. Just for quick background, the City of East Point is a part of the GICH initiative, which is the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing, where our city was accepted into the program in 2020. We completed the program in 2023, and what that allows for is for developers who want to build affordable housing in East Point. If they're applying for 9% low-income housing tax credits, they get additional points if our committee provides a letter of support. And the practice here in East Point has been this committee, which is formed with a group of stakeholders, real estate agents, lenders, community folks. I believe Councilman Atkins used to be on the committee before he was on council. This committee reviews proposals and then makes a vote to provide a letter of support for those proposals, and then it comes to City Council and you all decide on if you agree with that, and we'll adopt it. So today we have Wesley Brown from the Vecino Group, and they were the group that was chosen. There was 3 proposals submitted. The deadline was March 18th, and the Vecino Group, one of the applicants withdrew, and there were 2 applicants left. Vecino Group presented, and they received unanimous support from the committee. So I thank you, Wesley, for waiting around. Please come on up. And as you know, we've had email exchanges. I sent the email March 26th. We've had a lot of email exchanges. I've gotten a lot of feedback from you all. I want to give a shout out to the Vecino Group because they've done a great job of taking in the feedback that you all had about this housing development project. This is an exciting opportunity, 50 housing units right on Main Street, just south of the BP. And it's really going to take a vacant lot and be able to produce life on that site. And a lot of the feedback that you all have given, they've incorporated. So I want to pass it to Mr. Wesley Brown from the Vecino Group.
Good evening, Council. My name is Wesley Brown. I am with the Vecino Group. I am the Director of Development for our Southeast operation. I'll just quickly run through the presentation to give you an overview at a very high level, but we can dive into as many details as you'd like. This is our team. We are a team of about 100 folks. We're vertically integrated. We do development, design, asset management, property management in-house. We are spread across approximately 12 states, and we have about 4,500 units, under management. One thing to note is our mission. We are a mission-driven organization. We strive to do good in each community that we work in, and so essentially we don't work there unless we're able to collaborate with the community, and that's what we are here to do in East Point. Previously, we've had success in East Point by partnering with the East Point Housing Authority. Many of you were there on opening day at Aya Tower, and we are proposing a similar development further up the street on Main. A couple interior shots of Aya. Just to give you a flavor of some of our other Metro Atlanta developments, this is Entrada West Side, which is on Donnelly Hollowell in the city of Atlanta. This is our Solace Grove community that's in partnership with First Baptist Church at Gresham Road in Decatur. It recently opened, but we've got a couple shots of the progress over the last year. It's 125 units for seniors in that community. The development that we are proposing for our second development in East Point is Libertad East Point. Libertad being our family brand, a family-oriented development. The parcel number you'll see below, the address is somewhat fictitious in that the parcel doesn't currently have an address, but you can use that to navigate on your computers to the address. It's immediately south of Highway 166 near the BP gas station on Main. It's one of the last parcels on the north side of East Point. Our partner in the development is, again, the East Point Housing Authority. They've been great partners at IAD, and we'd like to retain that partnership. As Frank mentioned, we are financing this deal with housing tax credits. We're looking to do 50 units with roughly 30 one-bed and 22-bed public partnership because of the Housing Authority. And we're looking to span between 30 and 100%, 120% AMI. That was a conversation that we'd had with Councilmember Atkins in a previous proposal here in East Point, and one that Frank and his team really reiterated to us that the range of affordability was really important. And so when we first came, we had a much lower AMI, and just having those conversations, receiving that input, we improved it. I think that it's a stronger development proposal as a result of that, and we can dive into that a little bit here. Here is our proposed unit mix. Again, we've got 30, 60, 80, and 100% AMI across 1 and 2 bedroom units, totaling 50 units. And one thing I just really wanted to touch on is what that looks like. The people here in the East Point community are the ones that we look to serve. Everyone has the option. This isn't public housing, so we are a private development, and we have to attract our tenants. And so the things that we are doing within the development are looking to attract residents of all income ranges. So that I put this slide in here just so as we think about what someone at 30% is, that's someone working at either the library or a cafeteria person at Tri-Cities High School, versus the other end of the spectrum that works here at City Hall. So I think that that's helpful information to be thinking about our residents. Again, really diving into the site, as I mentioned, it's on Main with no proper address, but 2171 Main Street will pull it up. If you look there, that's what the site looks like today. It's adjacent to the BP gas station, and it's about 1.7 acres. I bring this slide just for full transparency. So we have the Site 1 under contract. We are in conversation with the adjacent parcel, which is also for sale. We are ambitious that we may be able to pull off a 2-phase development. For the purposes of the current proposal, we're only talking about phase 1, but phase 2 is something that our team is closely monitoring, and we are going to monitor the market conditions to see if the market would allow us to develop a second phase. The next couple images are just a reference to what the architectural style could possibly be. We are not beholden to anything that you see here, aside from, honestly, we're not beholden to anything that you see in this image, but it was our design team's first take at a capacity study, understanding how big or what the scale, the look and feel needed to be in order to fit into this site. I think that given the size of the site, we're not really worried about being able to fit, so that's advantageous. And so there's been a handful of conversations that have been about the architectural style, so we're always open to feedback. And of course, anything that would be built would come before City of East Point's building staff. And that's really the end of our presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Hello. I'm in for questions. Yes, and I would like to speak to Mr. Whitfield. Thank you so much for your presentation. Yes. All right, so I want to say, Mr. Whitfield, let me first say that I support attainable housing. I think to your point, when people hear affordable, it kind of changes the trajectory of the conversation. When I read those emails, I was offended. So I wanted to go on record and say that I was offended. But it's important. It's an important part of building strong, diverse communities. It's how people perceive that this housing opportunity brings a negative element to the neighborhoods, and people are unfairly stigmatized. So I wanted to say that. There are a lot of questions in that email exchange, but I also think that it's important to go on record with, we have been doing this since 2020. I don't know if you found other letters of support, but a simple Google search, I was able to see way back from 2020 the projects that have been done by the GICH in the community of East Point. So what I just wanted to say for the people watching at home is that GIHC, my apologies, you all have strategic housing planning, inclusive collaboration, affordable mixed income housing, and funding and growth and support. So I felt that it was important to go on the record with that information. And I also want to state that it raises a question when policymakers resist policies that promote housing accessibility, not to any fault of you, but just maybe someone's perception of affordable housing. But what I found most interesting was along the Beltline. It was an article in AJC earlier this week that they have mixed income housing units where people are along the Beltline that are paying less than $100 in rent, just so that they could have access to the Beltline. So I do think that this is an opportunity for our city, but what I also want to recommend, Mr. City Manager, and as Councilmember Caldwell and I were on the phone with the, right now we're rewriting zoning ordinances, and what I'm going to recommend, I'm going to email tomorrow, is that we adopt a mixed-use income development policy. I think that that will help change the trajectory of when developers come in. We just have a certain amount, this is this, this is this, and this is this. But I think that as I was doing the research on our own policies, we need to strengthen that piece. And I think as we continue to do more development, we'll have a more solid foundation because we'll have it in writing. So that policy should encourage new projects to include both market rate and income restricted units to make mixed income development more attractive. We can offer incentives such as density bonuses or tax credit. And additionally, we should educate the public on the benefits of mixed income communities and leverage public-private partnerships to drive development along key growth corridors. So I do support this initiative, but I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, did you want me to respond to that? Okay. I know it's late, but it's a really good point.
It's okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Cummings, then Councilman Mitchell, and then Councilwoman Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. So I see what you guys have put up as a possible rendering, but not necessarily. Are there any amenities? I know with some of the email exchange that I saw, it was a question regarding storefronts on the bottom floor, but
Yes.
15, 20 emails later, it doesn't have to be that. So with that being said, what amenities are going to be there? I mean, because that's kind of like,
Yep.
what the trend is.
So as an application for the low-income housing tax credit, there is a requirement associated based on your tenancy and also based on your number of units. So we feel like the bar for that is really low. For a 50-unit development, you need to have 4 amenities, which can be like an exercise room, community room, community garden, really basic, bland amenities. For this development, as our team really got the wheels turning on thinking about the range of AMIs, we are looking to mirror a property or be competitive with a property that would be fully market rate. And so as we look to our market rate competitors, you begin to see things like I have got on the screen. So we are talking about putting in a dog wash area or a pet wash station, a podcast room, and even, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this suggestion, a golf simulator. It is in some of the market rate communities. There's been, I'd say, a 50% interest in that, but we hear your interest, and we are looking to we have to do the basics as statutory. We are going to go above and beyond, and may even be able to include a rooftop deck amenity that was shown
I saw that on one of the,
in the
yes, on the
graphics.
rendering.
It's something that we've been trying to incorporate in some of our developments, just because if you get a good spot with topography, I think in one of our images we showed at Aya, the view on top of the building is unparalleled, or even on some of the higher floors. So that was a really long-winded answer to your question, but we are looking to go absolutely cover basic and then really trying to understand what makes sense. Again, we have to attract our residents.
Right.
So what amenities are going to attract those residents?
Okay. I like the pet spa.
Do you have a dog?
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Okay, Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I have mixed feelings. One, I want to speak on the housing diversity in our city. So I'm pretty sure you've done your research, and most of our houses in East Point are pretty much quote unquote affordable. That's one thing I'm kind of concerned about, because I know one way to raise our median income in the city is to have housing diversity. So one of my questions, right now are what percentage of this development will be at market rate, or how would that work?
10% would be at market.
And I think it's important too to think about, so we do have a lot of affordable housing in East Point, that is true. But when you think about the average resident in East Point, the income is around $38,000 per household. And so what this development is proposing is something that expands that. And so it is still affordable, but we're talking about households that are up to 120,000. So it is still affordable, but it's a different type of affordable development that we don't currently have in East Point because everything else is below market rate.
I think secondly, I know we are still contemplating building our commons area. And this is kind of like our prime downtown, probably the most important part of the city that we have. I'm thinking moving forward and looking to the future, if we want to highlight, maybe the housing in that particular area might not need to be quote unquote affordable if we're attracting a certain demographic of people, trying to attract them to this area.
Yeah.
I definitely can say we have our choices of affordable housing. And, we've been doing that probably for the past 20, 30 years. I think at some point, we need to switch gears, especially if we're thinking about the next 20 or 30 years. I know it's not a popular stance. Of course, who does not like affordability? But then we look at our housing diversity. We really don't have the other kind of higher end complexes. I know we're still working on the commons, so I'm not sure how well that will mesh together once we do come up with a concept. You know, a nice rooftop bar or, you know, mixed use and all that moving forward. So I'm just a little hesitant. Once again, I know it's not a popular opinion, but, you know, I think we might have enough right now. And that's my only thing. I am worried about our median income. You know, that dictates the amenities that the stores that we can attract to the city. So people might want a higher end grocery store, but you know, we don't come close to higher end shops down here. But because of our median income, we don't come close to some of that stuff. I hear it from constituents all the time. You know, why can't we get a, you know, insert Trader Joe's or a Whole Food or, you know, I think you have to be averaging around 100,000 per, at least I think per household for them even to look this way. But that's just my take on it. I'm open to it. However, I just kind of have mixed feelings about some of this moving forward. But yeah, but thank you for your presentation. I just want to express my opinion. Oh yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much, Mr. Brown, for your presentation. I just want to talk a little bit about, you said is this a 9% application?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And one of the things I want to make sure that we do, this is also in Ward B, I want to make sure that this project is socialized with the neighborhood that's most immediately, that it is most immediately adjacent to, that's Colonial Hills. And when we talk about amenities, obviously with Aya, when Deborah was pushing that project, it was coming through planning and zoning, I was pushing for a rooftop because of its height and the views, and because it became a, I think it's also a mix, I don't know what their range is, but it converted from a senior community to just a multifamily community, and those are a part of the amenities that are in most market rate communities, rooftops. As it relates to Libertad, I just want to make sure that we are sensitive to the fact that Colonial Hills has been there for such a very long time, and because we're talking about height and volume, that we are not mitigating the privacy that they've enjoyed, not having someone to be able to look over into their backyard.
That's something that's come up before. I think that, especially regarding phase one, we're relatively fortunate that it's as far away from the existing community as possible in that northeast corner. One item that we're looking at, and this was actually feedback from Councilmember Ziegler, which is also going to be advantageous, is that there is a like a bike path planned along Main Street. And so originally the plan was to have the cross section was street, parking, building, and the building was deep into the lot. Instead, we have flip-flopped that, and now it's pulling the height of the building away from the single-family residential.
And fortunately for that part, it abuts to the Arts Exchange.
Yes.
Versus the residential.
Correct.
Phase two would be more of a concern regarding the rooftop.
Yeah.
The other thing that I would mention, of course, also the amenities. I'm appreciative of those amenities. I think that for the golf simulator room, I think that's sort of very specific. I think that there's technology where it could be an array of sports. It could be tennis, it could be pickleball, it could be golf.
I prefer tennis.
It could be whatever. So I think that's just based on the technology that would go in the room, so it doesn't necessarily have to be one. It could appeal to many if it's a variety of sports. I would also like to say that the closest park to this is Unity Park, the Colonial Hills Park. And because the residents would have to either go all the way around on Knott's to get there, or Claremont to get there, having not only a pet wash, but a dog run on the property, so that at least if they have pets, they can allow their dog to run with a couple of benches. That would be very helpful.
I think it's like a wonderful idea.
As well. I had another question, but I forget, but that's it for now, so I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think this looks absolutely amazing. I just wanted to make one comment. I think when we think about how we can increase the wealth in our community, it's really a two-part approach, because this time last year, we approved warehouses development in our area that are going to produce, jobs and around this same bracket that you've mentioned. And so we do need to produce housing for the jobs that we're bringing to East Point. I think that this stands out a little bit differently from the traditional affordable housing units that we may have brought in, simply because of the amenities that you mentioned. And so this is one of the ways that we can start to bridge the gap and increase, what this looks like in our area by bringing these additional amenities while still making this obtainable for people in our area. One thing I wanted to ask is, in a phase 2, or if there is a phase 2, is there a way to potentially bump up the AMI just a little bit on that second phase of the project?
It will largely be driven by the housing policy that's issued by the state.
Okay.
So what's hampering us now from being able to increase AMI is that we've got to stay under, I think it's 58%. On average. So when you average all of the units together, you've got to be below 58. And for every market rate that goes in, you really have to throw something at the other end of the spectrum. And it becomes hard to support the other end of the spectrum without the housing authority. And so we're looking at balancing what resources we have and what the desires are, and have found the healthy mix at about 50 units.
Got it. Thank you. No, I think that if we can accommodate these type of amenities, I love what Councilmember Atkins mentioned about the multi-sports piece as well, and also the dog spa. Hopefully, maybe we can all use it. But no, so I love the amenities, and I think that that is a way to, if we're going to bring in obtainable housing, to make sure that those amenities are exceeding expectations. So thank you.
All of that, the deliverables that we have shown are a direct result of the collaboration with East Point.
Yes, and in closing, I just wanted to say $91,000 a year for a family of 4 qualifies for low income. Yeah, it has changed quite a bit. And I'm going to also reiterate that we need to tighten up on our mixed income development policy as a city. But thank you again for your presentation. And thanks for hanging with us. I know that the hour is late.
Thank you.
So we have next number.
There's an ask for
there's
this.
an ask for this, for the support letter.
And thank you all for everything. The ask is that you adopt the GIC's recommendation, and I passed out a letter for you all that will be officially from you all, and it includes some of the conditions that we heard from our discussions that will be included in that. When they submit their application May 8th, it'll have your document here as well as the GIC's letter with it as well.
Yeah, so it'll be signed by the mayor on behalf of.
You don't have a
council.
letter.
This is the letter that you guys want to go.
Did it start, I know it was passing around, did it finish getting around?
We have the letter, but what I'm saying, Mr. Whitfield, is that there's a resolution also. So do we need to act on the resolution this evening, Madam Attorney? So we need to.
Yeah, that's what the ask is.
Yes, so that's what I wanted to make sure. Madam Mayor, with that, I move that we approve a resolution supporting the Housing Tax Credit Program application for the Libertad East Point Development Project by Vecino Group.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Item 12.
Item number 12.
Yes. Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve amending the current contract with Lexus for a reduced monthly rate.
Second for discussion.
Discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Atkins?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd just like for Madam City Attorney to just review exactly what we're approving and what are the benefits to the city, please.
The current contract with LexisNexis has about 4 users on it, when it really is only 1 or 2. That would be myself and usually the municipal court judge. And the amount that we are paying for users that are not utilizing the service, I think is a waste of taxpayer dollars. And so we worked with LexisNexis to amend our current contract with them to allow for the actual number of users, and we reduced it to 1 only because the municipal court judge uses it very intermittently. And if there is a need for her to use it, she can use my password, so that we are not paying for a service that's only primarily used by 1.5 persons. This is a move to amend the contract, not only to reduce the number of users, but to reduce the rate.
What is our cost savings with that?
Of course. I think right now we pay about $1,600, so it'll be $1,200 a year.
Okay. All right, thank you. I yield.
It's now $407 with this change.
We just took off travel. Yes. Yes. Madam Mayor, as I mentioned before, Councilmember Martin Rogers and I have been working together outside of the council meetings, taking all of the input that was gathered from the emails and any of the council members that wanted to add to these policy. My ask was for this to go to Budget and Finance so that it gets another set of eyes, but I would just read some highlights of this, and Councilmember Martin Rogers, if you would like to chime in, please do. So it is important for us to create or at least strengthen our credit card policy for a number of reasons, but specifically, the state requires any city which issues government purchasing cards to promulgate specific policies regarding the use of such government purchasing cards or government credit cards for elected officials, and that is a part of the official code of Georgia annotated 36-80-24C. And so it talks about that, making sure that we're in compliance with the state law. It also goes on to talk about public inspection. State law requires that to ensure transparency, accountability, and compliance with Georgia constitutional and statutory requirements regarding public expenditures, the City of East Point shall implement the following review process for mayor and council purchasing card activity. So it talks about what that transaction and that transparency looks like, with the city clerk compiling those expense reports monthly. And then it also talks about an auditing process that would happen by the finance department quarterly. And then those things would go through to Budget and Finance for approval, and then they're also uploaded to the city's official website. So citizens don't necessarily have to do open records requests, it's just there. Budget and Finance would review any of those things, and if they're questionable expenses, they could request additional documentation. Same with the Finance Department during their auditing process. I have noted here that there's a part where it talks about individual transaction limits, and Councilmember Martin Rogers and I came up with $1,500, and we were unsure of what the monthly amount is because mine has changed. I've gotten to 2 conferences and my card didn't work, and so then Finance just raised the limit. So I believe that somewhere there's a policy that talks about what that limit may be. We did not know that at the time, so Budget and Finance can do that due diligence and insert that. So those are some of the highlights of this. I'll also say that under number 3, additional provisions, it talks about all purchasing card transactions shall be supported with detailed receipts, invoices, or equivalent documentation clearly identifying the vendor, the date, the amount, and the public purpose of the expenditure. Talks about what happens if you fail to do that. And it goes on to give the process by which those monthly reports then are audited quarterly and then sent to Budget and Finance and then to Council for consent agenda and approval. Councilman Martin Rogers, if there's anything that I've missed?
Yes. Are you calling on me, Mayor? Yes. All right, yes. And I have added a portion for the public inspection. I added this today, going on item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My recommendation is statements and expense report for each elected official shall be posted on the city's website under the respective officials section. The posting schedule will correspond to the officials' election cycle, including both general elections and special elections. Reports will be initially posted in the officials' election year, posted on the officials' election year and updated, I have annually/quarterly thereafter. Information will remain publicly accessible throughout the official's term until the next election cycle, ensuring transparency and accountability. I know that accountability was something big for council members. We did have some council members that previously shared their credit card statements, but with this added addition, it also allows for people to have that transparency directly linked to the council member's name on their website. I also included the following violations for governance level consequences, but this is still a living, breathing document for council to consider. But under that section of this, I put public disclosure of violation in meeting minutes, mandatory financial controls briefing, require the official meet with the city attorney or internal auditor for policy review and compliance clarification, written acknowledgement of the policy violation, temporary/permanent spending limit reductions, ethics refresher or governance training within a specified time frame. Any misuse of the city-issued credit card, including unauthorized personnel expenditures, must be reimbursed in full by the responsible employee or official. So since this credit card relates to us, it will be the official. The city may take appropriate administrative or legal action to recover misused funds, not limited to payroll deduction, written repayment agreement, or a collection demand letter. I believe that was already addressed in the policy, but due to the holiday weekend, I was unable to continue on with the outside work. So those were my recommendations for the policy. I don't know if we need to put this back on the work session agenda, or if council is ready to move forward, that is what I put inside the policy. But I guess, you know what, in all fairness, my recommendation would be that it go to a work session, but we definitely vote on this policy by the third meeting. I don't know what the appetite of council is. Do you have any input?
Well, I thought it would be best if it went to Budget and Finance first. Councilman Martin Rogers? Yes. So I think that we can give them the combined work that we worked on, and then they can bring it back, and then we can vote on it. So my motion, I move that we take the proposed credit card, purchasing card policy, and refer it to Budget and Finance Committee for
Second.
review and any additional edits that they'd like to make.
I second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion
Next
passes.
meeting on the 21st.
All right, number 14, city council credit card
We
payment.
took that off.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Madam Mayor?
Three different- Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm so sorry. So I know we have a motion, an item that we laid on the table that needs to come off the table, and the legal department does have a couple of time-sensitive legal items, and I certainly do not want to ignore or disregard the remaining items on the agenda. But I do need to leave by 12:30.
Okay.
And so I am asking, because I have a proposal to address the whole executive assistant issue. I have a proposal to address, so we can take that matter off the table. And if Councilmember Martin Rogers, who is the remaining items on the agenda, is okay, if I can address my items in executive session.
So, thank you for bringing that. I would like my remaining items, because they do need to be addressed, but I would like them placed on the work session agenda at the top of the agenda. I mean, it is 12:09 a.m., so I would like for them to be items 1, 2, and 3. Please.
Second.
Got a motion?
Oh, I was just, yes. It's a motion.
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes
Thank
have it.
you.
Madam City.
Motion
So-
to, oh.
Yeah. Motion to move item number 18 off the table.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, the item is moved off the table.
Don't tell me what to do.
That the council will consider this ordinance. It will require you to waive the first read, and approve it tonight for immediate resolution, as has been expressed by a majority of you, all of you really, of getting the mayor's office the help that they need. What has to be rectified is that we have a council manager form of government. We have the charter that provides that city council, the mayor doesn't supervise employees. We have those various sections in the charter that we've looked at that talks about let me just go back to the other document that talks about how the city manager is in charge of employees. The city manager is I'm just going to the section. All of the employees are subject to, and not only the employees, but all departments are subject to the city manager's supervision. We saw that in section 2-401, the role delineation section of our charter. In an effort to try to get us to resolve, I am proposing that you guys consider this ordinance change, which simply says that, one, the position is actually called Chief of Staff in your budget. It is not called Executive Assistant. That's A. right? And so we need to refer to it as what it is already created under the mayor's budget. I just confirmed that with the city manager. We need to establish that that position is a non-classified, basically it's exempt from civil service. It serves at the pleasure of the mayor, and it's not intended to circumvent the city manager's authority over all other employees. Obviously, the position is intended to support the mayor's office without infringing upon the city manager's responsibilities as noted elsewhere in the charter. So this ordinance would basically say that, okay, she's got it up. Now y'all can follow along. This ordinance would basically provide, obviously, that this is a council manager form of government. The city manager is head of the administrative branch. You know, it certainly acknowledges the mayor's role as the elected head of the governing body. And that the city council finds that the designation of, and I just slashed it, executive assistant / chief of staff, because you may want to change the name from chief of staff to executive assistant in this new budget, right? So it can be clear that that position doesn't supervise anybody. So it takes some of the duties and puts it in the ordinance to explain what that person would do. Coordinate between the office of the mayor, the city council, residents, regional partners, and external governmental agencies while preserving the charter authority of the city manager. And so let's go to section 1. Can y'all see that? Section 1 talks about that the position already exists in the FY 2026 budget. It provides that the position shall serve as the principal administrative and policy advisor to the mayor. It talks about the appointment, that it's appointed by you, subject to the confirmation by a majority vote of city council. If y'all hate that, it can come out. The executive assistant / chief of staff role serves at your pleasure and can be removed by you at any time. And that the position is unclassified and shall be exempt from the city civil service system. And that includes the grievance procedures and all that other stuff that comes with civil service, appeals to the city manager when there's any disciplinary action that goes away. The reporting relationship is outlined that that position shall report directly to the mayor. And again, it undergirds the city manager's responsibility that this position does not diminish, impair, or supersede his authority as the chief executive administrative officer of the city. It includes that this position has no supervisory authority over any position, and that there are some duties, you can read them there, 1 through 8. And then in some of those duties we heard earlier today from former Mayor Pittman. Section 5 talks about the limitation of authority. I think this is the most important section. That person, and I need to / chief of staff there, under section 5, the executive assistant / chief of staff shall not direct the operations, shouldn't issue any orders, cannot approve any personnel actions, can't bind the city, can't exercise any budgetary control, can't interfere with the charter authority of the city manager. And any request for operational action shall go through the city manager's office. Compensation should be as pursuant to the budget line item. And so while your charter does not give you the authority to supervise employees, this ordinance tries to make the distinction that this is an employee separate and apart from all of the employees that the city manager supervises. It's an attempt to clear it up tonight quickly without delaying, or the delay that comes with a charter amendment, which I think you still need. But this ordinance can stand in the place. The only issue that I think you will have to deal with, if this is something that the mayor and council are okay with, is whether or not the person you have in mind is willing to move into a position that has no merit protection. right? That's a conversation for another day, but the ordinance would at least acknowledge that the position is separate and apart from the city manager's employees. The position is yours, it's appointed by you, it's subject to the budget appropriation that's already there, and it's your position for your hiring, firing, and all of that. This is an attempt to get you there. Obviously, it was quick, but it's hopefully addressing all of the comments that we've heard tonight.
I'm in. Thank you. Attorney Wiggins, do we need to, before I close out the meeting, do we need to have this advertised right now? Do we need to give a directive for this to be advertised?
I'm not sure your question is an ordinance. There's not an advertising requirement.
Oh my gosh. You're right.
There is a to-read requirement, but a lot of times you guys waive the first read.
Okay. No, I'll yield right.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Madam Attorney, for putting this together. Let me ask you a question. So this would be the bridge, and your recommendation is that we still need to pass this so that then our charter would allow the mayor to appoint whomever they would like in the position, and it'll be consistent with the charter. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the two can live together, but obviously we know the charter requires advertising and all that. This is an ordinance that could be adopted immediately that recognizes the position is separate and apart from city manager's positions.
Okay. And we're not able to act on this because it wasn't advertised in, subject to Rule 36. Is that correct?
Rule 36 was legal opinion requires majority vote. It wasn't advertised subject to Title 36.
Title 36.
Chapter 35, and you still couldn't act on it tonight if it was advertised because it has to have two reads. You couldn't waive the first read. And it has to be advertised for a minimum of 3 weeks. So even if we couldn't act on it tonight anyway.
Okay. So,
yes.
yes, we just have to waive the first read for this, and then we'd have to advertise this appropriately.
That's correct.
And then that could, this could travel. Okay. And then at that time, would this repeal
No,
the bridge?
I think they can live together.
Okay. Okay.
Me? Oh, I'm assuming that's the charter amendment, Sean?
He's
Okay. So, but wouldn't this suffice? Aren't we filling out the language?
It does suffice, but I still think that it should be consistent with your charter, because an ordinance can't override a charter, right? So I think you just need them both, but this gets you there tonight. And I will send you, not to confuse anybody, I beefed up the charter amendment to be consistent with the ordinance that's on the screen now, so that they can live together nicely.
Because this is basically clarifying all of the issues we were having earlier, or what was said or what was not was said. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that we have to waive the first reading tonight?
You would, to prove this tonight, you have to raise the first read. Yes, sir.
Are we at that point?
We can be.
To make,
If the mayor, Madam Mayor, if you're comfortable with this.
I'm sorry?
If,
you good?
That's fine.
So with this being approved tonight, tomorrow, so she'll be able to hire whomever she would like.
And listen, the proposal that was on the floor before about the city manager sending over someone,
Mhm.
that can still happen if you guys need more time to chew this, right? Like, I'm not trying to force it, I just wanted to try to get something quickly.
I hear you.
Um,
Yeah, I think this is a better approach, you know. In sake of time, I would like to make a motion to waive the first reading of this ordinance. Of an ordinance to designate the position of executive assistant / chief of staff to the mayor as an unclassified at-will mayoral appointee exempt from the city civil service system to define the duties, authorities, and reporting relationships of such position in a manner consistent with the city charter, to provide for the compensation not to exceed an annual appropriation in the FY 2026 budget, to repeal conflicting ordinances, and for other lawful purposes. So that was the motion to waive the first reading in this, so that's going to need a second.
Second.
Okay.
Microphone.
So by going with this, whoever you put in place, Madam Mayor, that will be like your person. It won't be bringing someone from the other department over temporarily until,
That is accurate. Unless that whoever she wants to bring wants to come in that format. Right? If they want to come as a
appointee. or-
appointee, non-civil service, then it could be whoever. They just will be coming under what this ordinance is.
With this new-
If y'all approve this ordinance. No, this is it.
Yeah, and this will be it, so.
No, this ordinance would be it, but for aligning the charter with this ordinance that's on the screen. But it as in, this will be the resolution, the
Okay.
permanent resolution.
So this is an ordinance here.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have to advertise it?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
It does need 2 reads, but you waive it. That's the only requirement for your ordinances.
okay, just 2 reads, and we waive the first one. Madam Mayor, are you good with everything that's in here?
Yes, as best as I can.
Quick question, Madam Mayor. For City Attorney, I just want to, on record, as this, this still comes with all of the same benefits, pensions, all that type of stuff is still included with this.
I didn't touch anybody's pension or benefits.
But it can still be offered to a person.
Civil service and pension are not interchangeable.
Benefits, pension, all of the above.
Yeah, and if you want me to put that in there so it could be explicit that this does not exempt the person from city benefits, I think that we can, right?
Yes, please do, if you can. Thank you, Councilman Nelson.
So does this need to be, is this a resolution or an ordinance? Does it need to? I'm just trying to make sure. Okay. Can it be a resolution, or it has to be an ordinance?
It has to be this.
Has to be an ordinance, so it has to be an ordinance, cannot be a resolution.
On the civil service question, I need to research that, because I'm not sure if someone long tenured was to switch over to this type of classification, they would be protected with their time served in the pension system. I just need to,
That's fine, I just don't want that to be the situation.
Yeah.
If that's the route that I have to go. That's the-
yeah, and I just don't want to have that surprise come after
I had a
the fact.
procedural question. Can we waive the reading and approve it in the same night?
Because he needs to find out, he needs to get clarity on
But we don't want to now because there's a question on the floor about.
the pension.
Okay,
Well, so I can withdraw my motion.
all right.
I would like to withdraw my motion.
So he's gonna.
So, can you call me in? please? I have a motion that we need to move forward with the advertisement of the ordinance that we want. The amendment to the ordinance that we want. Yes, subject to Title 36, we need to move forward with that advertisement.
And can I add
Oh, sorry.
one thing on, and in the meantime, the city manager do the research and also, but temporarily appoint, assign, however you want to call it, the young lady, yes, so that she will have someone tomorrow. You don't want
Can't
to?
do it because if I say something to her, then I'll be in violation of the charter.
Say something to her about.
I can assign on a special assignment.
Okay.
Can she be assigned, put on a special assignment? Yes.
Can I get a second?
Thank you.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Do you have that, Madam City Attorney, that this needs to be advertised?
City clerk.
City Clerk,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
No, I won't be able to stay for executive session.
We're gonna lose quorum.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Madam City Attorney, thank you for your work on this.
Motion to adjourn the council meeting.
Second. Aye.
It's only 12. It's not as bad.
I'm going to get my